Okay, there's no tearing. That's good. Thank God. Alright. I'm back. Alright. Sorry for the rough start. And what's the riddle said beep? Yep. Indeed. Also as the screen testing, how fitting. I mean, yeah, she's the main character, and also like she's like the first girl that boots up when you click on the character, like, you know, tab and such. So I'm like, might as well. Like, I'm not gonna go through the effort to look for Red Riding Hood. Even though she's my favorite to play still, I'd rather just use the first one I see. So yeah, like I said in the start of the stream, we're just gonna do affection events and also build up Red Riding Hood's affection as well. And such. Like, I'm gonna make this stream kind of like I guess a grinding slash relaxing stream where all I'm gonna be doing is seeing a bunch of anime girls talking amongst each other for like, I don't know, hours on end, and like do some blood farming and not progress through the story too much. But I will, like, you know, fight the nightmare to unlock Alice and such. And everything, but like, yeah, I'm gonna start with the affection events first, and then we're gonna go do red.
ねえねえおつーちゃん、なんでそんなに私のことが好きなの？どうしたの急に？なんとなく聞いてみたくなったな。そうなんだ。あ、ごめんね。答えにくい質問だったかな。そんなことあるわけないだろ。姫の好きなところがたくさんありすぎて何から言おうか迷っていたのさ。そうなんだ。じゃあ一つ一つ答えていくよ。綺麗な歌声に優しい心、外見も余すことなく僕は好きだし、それにちょっと待って。どうしたんだい？まだ全然答えてないよ。褒めてくれるのは嬉しいけど、今私が聞いてるのはそういうことじゃないの。そういうことじゃないってどういうこと？ほら、おつーちゃんって初めて会った時にいきなり結婚してって言ってきたでしょ？そうだね。なんでなのかなって。なんでって、それこそ好きだからとしか。それはそうなんだろうけど、初対面で普通そこまで好きになるかな。正直私がおつーちゃんのことを好きになったのはしばらく経ってからだし。そうだったの？それに私が名乗ってないのにおつーちゃんは私の名前を知ってた気がするし、でもずっと昔のことだし、ただの勘違いなのかな。なんだか不思議だね。もしかしたら何かきっかけがあるのかもしれないけど、それも含めてきっと運命だったんだよ。それに大事なのは今だ。僕が姫のことが好きなのはこの先何があっても変わらない。そうだね。でも最近こんな風に昔を思い出すことがなかったから嬉しいな。最近忙しかったからね。それにしてももう夫婦になって結構経つんだよね。 姫が好きだ。だから僕は一生君のそばにいる。何があっても絶対守る。はい、こちらこそよろしくお願いします。私の王子様。私もちょうど会いたかったんだ。
How cute, the gay couple being cute. I do like the relationship of Osu and Little Mermaid. I know like people are like, isn't Osu just a giant I guess simp, but even though that's like the most improper way to describe her. I mean like they're essentially like a couple that's in their honeymoon phase like all the time. So like it kind of makes sense why Osu will just be like, oh yes, Little Mermaid, he made and such and everything. But like yeah, I do like their relationship, and the fact that their relationship is pre-established is like honestly quite nice.
Jack. 僕の苦労を分かってくれるんだね。なんて優しいやつなんだ。かぐや、もう話し合いの時間過ぎてるぞ。かぐや、いるんだろ。開けるぞ。かぐやがベッドの上に倒れてる。違う、ただ寝てるだけだ。かぐや、起きて。ほら。あと5時間。ずいぶん大胆な時間を要求してくるね。普通そこは5分とかだろ。だって眠くて、この低反発枕が気持ちよすぎるんです。あ、その枕使ってくれてたんだ。綺麗になってたから気づかなかった。洗って乾かして綺麗な布を巻きつけましたからね。もう寝心地が良すぎて毎晩永眠しちゃいそうです。永眠は困るな。でもそこまで気に入ってもらえると思わなかったよ。もうこの枕と離れられないんです。そういうわけなのであと6時間寝かせてください。だからダメだって。何気にさっきより1時間増えてるし。わらわだってこれじゃいけないと思ってるんです。これでも懸命に起きようとしてるんですけど。全然起きれてないじゃん。ほら、いい加減起きて。この甘美な頭のフィット感がたまりません。まだ起きたくないです。
The lazy Kaguya is back. Yes. She's no longer like, you know, forcing herself to work hard. She's actually lazy as much as we love her.
あと喉が渇いてきたのでお水を持ってきてください。僕を走らせないでほしいんだけど。じゃあジャックさんでもいいですよ。ハグ、ジャックを無駄に困らせないで。その枕よっぽど気に入ったんだね。はい、もう離れられません。 こまで言うなら今日のところはいいや。かぐやはやるときはやってくれるから今は寝ていなよ。おつは理解がありますね。助かります。助かるついでにわらわの代わりにお手洗いに行ってきてくれませんか？もう漏れちゃいそうで。いや、それは自分で言って。
That is, without a doubt, the Kaga we all know and love. Yes, Princess Lazy. Princess Lazy indeed. And let's go talk to Red so we can start giving her a bunch of furniture.
ここだね。赤ずきんの部屋。部屋にいるかな？留守だったらまた出直せばいいさ。じゃあノックするね。ノックしないの？ごめん。心の準備とタイミングが微妙に合わないというか。合流してからゆっくり話せてなかったもんね。久しぶりだからちょっと緊張してるのかな。落ち込んでるかもしれないと思うとちょっとね。でももう大丈夫。今度こそノックするね。はいはい、今開けるよ。あれ、おつーと人魚じゃん。二人してどうしたの？こんにちは、お姉ちゃん。っていうか赤ずきん、来たのが誰か確認くらいしてから扉開けた方がいいぞ。何かと物騒だろ。ここでどんな物騒なことがあるの？っていうか、なんで来て早々にお説教？まさか私に小言でも言いに来たの？いや、そういうわけじゃ。あんまりゆっくり話せてなかったからちょっと顔を見に来たんだよね。へえ、それは嬉しいな。それで手土産は？ないからね。冗談だよ、冗談。何のもてなしもできないけど楽にしてよ。積もる話もあるってもんでしょ。お姉ちゃん、体調はどう？環境が変わって困ってることはない？特にないけど大丈夫だって。むしろ快適なくらい。
Finally, I've been waiting for 3,000 years. Yes. Welcome, Stella. Welcome, welcome. Sorry for kind of the awkward start of the stream. Like, a bunch of mishaps happened, and that caused me to end stream. I had to redo it and everything. But like, yeah, all the problems are fixed now. We're just doing a bunch of infection events.
まずはトレーニングかな。体を鍛えないことには何も始まらないからね。負けてられないって別に勝負じゃないんだから。筋肉はいいよ。健全な魂は健全な肉体に宿るとかなんとか。ちょっと発想が飛躍しすぎだよ。でもね、やっぱり体は大事だよ。体が元気なら気持ちだってつられて元気になるでしょ。お姉ちゃん、元気ならいいの。でも無理はしないでね。うん、ありがとう。私は元気だから大丈夫だよ。とは言ってもな、やっぱりあんたたちの目はごまかせないか。ごめん、正直今はちょっと本調子じゃないかも。少し一人にさせてくんない？あ、わかった。いきなり押しかけてごめん。おつーは悪くないって。こっちこそ変な気使わせちゃったね。これじゃお姉さん失格だな。二人が会いに来てくれたのは嬉しかったよ。これ本心だからまた遊びに来てね。うん、じゃあ今日はこれで帰るね。何かあれば相談してね。頼もしいね。ぜひそうさせてもらうよ。赤ずきん、落ち込んでたの？ えられないくらいだね。元気に振る舞おうとしてたけど、なんだか痛々しかったな。
黎明の仲間を大勢失ったんだから、そう簡単には立ち直れないか。
私たちで何とかしてあげられないかな。
今はただそばで見守っていよう。何か僕たちにできることが見つかるかもしれないからね。
Oh yeah, I forgot to ask both you, both Stella and Rudo. How are you guys? How are you guys' days? I completely forgot to ask that. I was like, wait, I feel like I was missing something. Red, yes, let's go decorate your room. We're not gonna give you rusty weights because it's not gonna do that much affection. Instead, we're gonna give you furniture.
どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。こういうのもいいね。お礼と言っちゃなんだけど、これ早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。お礼と言っちゃなんだけど、これどんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。私からもプレゼントがあるんだ。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。お返しにいいものあげるね。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。特別にこれあげる。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。お返しにいいものあげるね。早速試してみようかな。模様替えしてよかったな。はい、私からもお返し。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。はい、私からもお返し。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。はい、私からもお返し。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。はい、私からもお返し。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。こういうのもいいね。特別にこれあげる。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。特別にこれあげる。早速試してみようかな。模様替えしてよかったな。特別にこれあげる。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。こういうのもいいね。私からもプレゼントがあるんだ。早速試してみようかな。模様替えしてよかったな。お礼と言っちゃなんだけど、これ早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。私からもプレゼントがあるんだ。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。特別にこれあげる。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。はい、私からもお返し。早速試してみようかな。こういうのもいいね。お礼と言っちゃなんだけど、これどんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。私からもプレゼントがあるんだ。どんな部屋になるか楽しみだね。こういうのもいいね。
No worries, buddy. I'm here for that and more so for Alice. Also got something in the mail. Ooh, nice. What is it? I'm curious now. Let me customize this
ど
room
んな
real
部屋に
quick.
なるか楽しみだね。模様替えしてよかったな。どんな部屋になるか
Wait, what does the
楽しみだ
princess
ね。
dresser look like? I forgot. Hold on.
模様替えしてよかったな。
How about that?
あ、いらっしゃい。
It was plus. Yeah. Yeah, this fits red. This looks like a room that she would have. Girly wallpaper that, you know, she probably likes. A desk that looks cute, looks practical. A dresser that's overall cute. A bed that has a really cute, like, I don't know what is that, teddy bear? Something? I don't know. It looks cute. Just ignored like the red coloring of the bed. Look at that. Maximum affection. This is like... Yeah, this game is easy. Like, the way how affection gaining works, it's just... Wow. Like, just 5 sets of furniture and everyone is like, yes, we're best friends for life. And such, like, it's hilarious. It really is. But like, yeah, let's do some more affection events with Red Riding Hood. Please let this be like, what do you call it? Let her learn a bunch of cool massacre skills.
また赤ずきんの部屋の前まで来てしまった。
お姉ちゃんは元気そうに振る舞おうとしてるけど、この間のこともあるし、ちょっと気になっちゃうよね。
まあ、また遊びに来てって言ってくれたんだし、普通に会いに行けばいいだけだよね。
そうだよね。
あれ、応がない。
留守なのかな。
なんだろう、この音。
お姉ちゃんの部屋から聞こえてくるけど。
今の赤ずきんの声か。
苦しそうな声だった。もしかしたら具合が悪いのかも。
赤ずきん、開けるぞ。
お姉ちゃん大丈夫？
自分でフードを切って。赤ずきん、何してるんだ。やめろ。
おつ人魚、どうしてここに？
ノックしても返事がないから勝手に上がらせてもらった。それよりなんでこんなことを。
そうだよ、お姉ちゃんはフードをかぶってないと消し切りビデオで動揺しちゃうのに。フードをかぶってない落ち着かなくて情けないよ。消し切りビデオなんだから仕方ないよ。それでも嫌なんだ。フードがないくらいで動揺するようなダメな自分を。姉ちゃんだからフードを切ろうと思ったの。弱点を克服するには荒領事しかないかなって。
そんなバカなことしたって消し切り微動には意味がないよ。赤ずきんだって分かってるだろ。
でもさ、やっぱり考えちゃうんだよね。あの時自分がもっとしっかりしていればって。
あの時ってそれは
謎のナイトメアが解放地区を襲ってきた時、大切な仲間たちをなすすべもなく殺された。私がもっと冷静に対処できていれば結果は違っていたかもしれない。
Oh, hey
決
Raven.
まってる。だからダメなんだ。
Raid. Hooray.
こ
Oh yeah.
そんなことない。
姫。
お姉ちゃんのおかげで他の景色少女たちが無事だったんだよ。
Good,
私も
good,
お父ちゃん
good.
もみんな感謝し
You
て
kind of jumped in
お姉ちゃんが
with
どう
us
しよう
just
もない状況
talking
で
to
最大
like
限頑張ったん
my
だから
favorite character, Red Riding Hood. She's the one in the left. I love her a lot. She's my favorite character. I mean, it's kind of obvious given my banner, my profile picture, and
姉ちゃん
the
はダメなんかじゃない
my layout, the little chibi layout right there. But yeah, we're just talking to Red, and so far it's kind of depressing. She's suffering from a lot of depression.
赤月。もうこんなことは。
だってもうしないよ。確かにフードを切っても何にもならない。
Let's see, Stella. I got season 2 of the quintessential
どうしたらいいの
quintuplets. Oh, nice! I actually like that series. I remember like what do you call it? I like reading. I remember reading it to completion. I really liked the ending. I honestly thought that the series was actually pretty well written. I enjoyed it a lot. Them just like reboot for real, for real. Yeah, exactly. I mean, like,
誰かと話していれば気が紛れるんだ。
when it comes to Mary Sculptor 2, it's kind of like
すぐ気持ちが
the girls go through a lot of shit. Like, I mean, in the first game, they did also went through a lot of shit, but compared to 2, they go through a lot. Like, it makes you go like, wow, I'm surprised that they managed to keep their sanity after experiencing the fucked up shit that happens.
これからは気をつけるよ。
赤月。
そうだ、お姉ちゃん、そのフード貸して。それくらいなら私が直してあげる。お、悪いね。お言葉に甘えようかな。まあ、楽にしてよ。
Really? No massacre skill from that? Oh, fine, fine game, fine. Oh, I love this series so much, yes. The quintessential quintuplets. Yeah, I do like it. I like it. They're fun. I do feel kind of bad because I was gonna dedicate the beginning part of the stream just doing affection events. But since I got a raid, and I don't want you guys to be kind of like, you know, bored just seeing me sit here and watch anime girls talk to each other. So this is what I'm gonna do. We're going to do some dungeon crawling a little bit. Where is it? Actually, yeah, some dungeon crawling a little bit, like side quests and such. So it won't be too like, I guess, a little too boring. Like, I don't think it's like me feeling pressure to do so. I do want to finish some of these side quests because I do want to get like good rewards from him and such. But like, yeah, let's do this one.
他に用はあるか？
That makes sense. Also, I love his design. You mean Mamoru? Yeah, Mamoru. Wait, let me pull him up again.
らっしゃい。
Yeah. I do have a funny thing. Like, he appears in the first game, but he's like barely there. You only meet him in the prologue, and he comes back in the final chapter for like a few lines. In 2, he appears more often. He's one of the main support cast, and like yeah, he's cool. He's a cool guy. He does have like a childhood friend who's also cute like him. Where is she? Oh, found her.
いらっしゃい。
Hikari, like look at her. Absolute cutie. Matching shirts, yes. They have matching shirts. I mean, it's because there's not a lot of clothes in the world of Mary Sculptor. They're stuck in a place called the jail, which is essentially like this living creature. And it's like, you know, just keeping all the humans stuck in there. So like, yeah, they're all wearing prison clothes, so they all kind of have like matchies and such. There's like other side characters that we can like meet real quick. There's Takumi. He's just the blacksmith guy. He's kind of weird. like in a endearing way. Also, like he likes to talk in slang a lot. And everything, but like yeah, we're gonna ignore him and go to
よく来た。
Isiki. I do like the scientist boy. Isiki is the smart one. He's just the brains of the group. He's just like, hey, you wanna change jobs? You wanna like use blood packs? You wanna de-level or like expand your skill slots? Just talk to Isiki. He's there. He's a smart boy.
ではな。
And the last psych person that I want to show is
いらっしゃい。
Kade. She's I guess you can call her like the store owner. I wouldn't call her a merchant because like
さあ選んで。
she's just kind of there to run the store. She doesn't like go out to get supplies. It's a cheerful girl. Like
他は大丈夫。
she's like the Onei-san of the group and everything. But like yeah, I think that's like everyone. So let's do some side quests. Alright. If I remember correctly, the side quest tells us to go to the station grounds. Alright. Trust me, that's how you know Mary Sculpture is very good. The girls really go through a lot in both games and it's kind of needed once you finally get to finale. Yeah, okay, to be honest with you, when it comes to finale, oh my god, that's like a whole different like situation, let's be real. Finale was like, oh shit. Things really did hit the fan hard. Oh, no worries, buddy, you're not boring. I mean, thank you, but I honestly do feel like I'm kind of boring to an extent because like I'm playing a game where a majority of the time you see me, I have to like, you know, watch a bunch of cutscenes and also getting a call, so hold. Okay, so I'm getting called to bring in groceries, so I'll be right back. I'll pull out the BRB screen. Alright, I'm back. Sorry I kinda took so long. So family came back from grocery trip. It was like a big sale. And they bought a bunch of watermelons. So it kinda took me a while to like help carry them into the house. Like my god. There was so much watermelon. They were really big too. Like I'm assuming that if we were to like cut it open and such, it's gonna be really juicy and sweet. I do like watermelon like that. Also for the quintuplets one, I like Miku the most. Like I don't know, like there's something about a girl that's just into like the Three Kingdoms, like her hobbies, and she's mostly a gamer. I'm like, yeah, I can relate to this girl. Like I like Dynasty Warriors. And such, but yeah, let me catch up on what you guys say first, and then we will go back to the game with the side quest. Sure did when you get to the first part what happens. I won't say what happens, but you know, no worries, take your time. Let's see, Quinn. Oh, hey, congrats on groceries. All right, Miku, FTW. Yep. But yeah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to like take a while with the groceries, but like I finished carrying them back in the house and like helping them move the groceries, like for it to like move stuff around and everything. But like yeah, let's go back to the game. Easy, my beloved. Hey Gwen, long time no see. How are you? We're just doing some side quests and affection events. It's gonna be mostly a relaxing stream. Like, I'm not gonna do too much story other than like fight the City Streets Nightmare to like get the next story chapter. But after that, I'm just gonna be like grinding and like just relaxing and such. Is this what I'm looking for? Wild Lion? Hold on, let me check the work order. Yeah, Wild Lion. So it has to be around these floors then. Guess I missed a lot. Haha. I don't know how much you missed, to be honest. When was the last time you stopped by? But on a like cider note, let's see. Let me pull this up. Look, we got her. We got Red Riding Hood. My waifu. Yes. we got her back. Look at her, absolute beauty. And like I made her like have the best equipment so far. Well, at the time of the game. I will like try my best to make all the girls like better with like better equipment and everything, because I do want to like absolutely make the final boss be like a cakewalk. Even on the hardest difficulty, and me like putting in all the jail trials that like increases the boss's stats and everything. I want to show the boss like, hey, I may buff you up, but I'm still gonna wreck you. It's harder for me to catch streams lately because I fixed my sleeping schedule, by the way. Oh, I see. No worries, no worries. I don't want you to, like, you know, stay up or maybe, like, I don't know, arrange your schedule to try to meet the stream time and such. Like, I don't want that. Like, I'll feel awful if you have to do that sort of thing. Alright, Carla. Actually, should I buy stuff from her? No. Because I already have enough stuff for me to do the last girl's affection and such, so I don't need it. I've seen a middle-aged lady wear merch from that anime on my last shift during work. Oh my god, that's amazing! Anime granny? Hell yeah, that sounds awesome. Wait, not... Why did I say granny? It's middle-age. I feel like I offended someone now. Shit. Ignore what I said. Ignore that. What happened now, buddy? I was so in shock that I didn't hear what you said. Good. Good, good. I don't want you guys to hear what I just said earlier. Even though the VOD will probably, like, reveal what I said, but, like... but yeah, I'm not gonna talk about it. I didn't want to offend middle-aged people. Okay, I won't ask if it's something you don't want to talk about. No, it's a case of like me being like a dumbass and accidentally said something. It's more like a comedic type of thing, but I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't really say that. 'On a side note, I find it weird that, what do you call it? If you were to like click on like autopilot to this particular, like to spots that you haven't like, you know, fill in and everything, the game is like, oh, there's no way for you to get there. I'm like, bro, you can literally just take me from like here all the way down here to touch it. Like, are you serious, game? Tomorrow I got something planned. Game, please. Yes. Like, come on, game. It's not that hard. Well, oh, that's nice to hear, Ludo. What do you have planned? Or is it like kind of a surprise type of thing that you don't want to tell people? Game is just lazy as fuck. Yeah, it is. Also, on a side note, I found it funny how, like, okay, if everyone in the party already has buffs and shit, when you land on the jail trial, you're just like, hey, what should we do to the one person that didn't get any buffs? They're like, oh, just get them a fuck ton. Like, look at this. Look how many buffs Gretel just got. Because she's, like, the only one that didn't got a buff. So the game's like, okay, let's just take advantage of, like, the jail blessing skills from the logic class and just, like, crank it up like this. Like, look at this. Look at this shit. Look how many buffs Gretel got. Let's see. Oh, the only surprise is the game I play after shopping. Ooh, that sounds interesting. I kind of wish I wake up early enough to like catch your streams and shit. But like, I'm kind of curious now. Oh, that's fine. I'll probably shop for a bit on stream. I see. Is Gretel the most badass of all of them? I mean, I don't know, to be honest. Like, let's be real. Like, the job, like, the passive skills from the logic class is already broken to begin with. Like, I know I didn't use it a lot in the first game, and that was because, like, Alice already kills everything. So, like, I barely had the chance to, like, you know, increase the jail desires and shit. But in the second game, they did kind of nerf it, but at the same time, like, if you're running, like, 3 people with, like, you know, the jail blood, with the, you know, these passive skills and such, like, Gretel has access to it, Osu has access to it, who else has it? Snow White has access to it. Wait, where is it? Wait, that's logic. Where is the jail? Yeah. Snow White has it as well. As a result, like, the game becomes easy once you land on those panels. It's like, yeah, like, nothing's gonna be touching you. Like, literally nothing's gonna be touching you. Not what I usually watch, but I might give it a shot. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, alright then. Yeah, the Twin Triplets, series, yeah, let's just call it that. I do like it. I remember reading the manga to completion. I did watch the anime. I never really been a someone who will watch anime. Like, I know it's weird given how like you can tell I'm kind of a weeb, and like you would assume like, oh, you probably watched like a ton of anime before Mizu and such. I'm like, here's the thing, I rarely watch anime. Like I mostly read. I don't know why. Like, I just prefer reading over watching. Like, it's really rare for me to like actually watch a series and such. Like, the only time I do watch a series is for like, you know, cool openings and like, oh, these are like really catchy and shit. How many lions do I need to kill? Because that's like what the work folder wants me to do. Okay, I need one more. I need one more lion. Alright. Which is weird that they call it a lion, but in the first game, they call it a wolf. Which kind of makes me go like, so what is it? Is it a lion or is it a wolf? Like, can't be flip-floppy on me. And this is just called Beast. Saying, to be honest. It's not unheard of, so yeah, not crazy to me. Okay, okay. There we go, that's the last wolf, and let's see what else you guys will. I haven't watched anime that isn't action in a while. Honestly, I understand the appeal of like watching action anime because, you know, you want to see the action of the manga panel, like, you know, be animated and such. Like, you can actually see them, like, you know, punch shit and everything. But at the same time, I don't know, like, there's always something cool about like anime panels that shows you like how the characters are fighting. That's like, you know, really cool and everything. Which sometimes I feel like the anime can't really replicate too well. Like, that's like some cases, but most of the time I do understand why most people will rather watch an action anime over like reading an action manga. They prefer to have like it, you know, animated and such compared to this, like, you know, reading the panel. Yeah, anime shots are great. Yeah, I understand the appeal. Like, I understand like why some people are like, oh, I'd rather watch DBZ anime than like read the manga type of scenario. Like, I understand their logic. Alright, I pull a head out after. Hey, Karambe, that's a lot of damage. Yeah. I honestly... Like, okay, here's the thing. Charge is really broken. Like, charge plus, like... Okay, there's a reason why the fighter class is, like, broken in two. Because of these two skills right here. Well, actually, series of skills. Wind Edge. Charge. Air Blessing. Attack up. Critical output up. Critical rate up. Agility up. And first strike. Those skills right there literally makes the fighter class line broken as fuck. Because like charge is like, you know, most people are like, okay, charge is simple, like increase like attack power when it's your turn again and such, but like it's really easy to spam and it has a low turn delay as well. So as a result, like you're just gonna do a fuck ton of damage with like using charge as a buff and everything. Don't get me started if you were to like use other like if you pair charge with what other buff skill that I think is also good in this game. Let me look for it real quick. If you pair it up with blow or maybe like speed up, that person that gets the speed up, they're gonna get their turns in more often. So they're like, oh, charge and then wind edge, and then because of the speed up, they're like, oh, it's my turn again, so I can just do charge and then, you know, wind edge again. And don't get me started if you like decide to make them just appear like Rage Rush character. Like Rage Rush just gets even more busted at that point with charge. And don't get me started if you Kagame the enemy, like that just lowers the enemy's defense even further, making you literally hit the damage cap and everything. But like, yeah, like my god, like fighter is like, it's so busted. Like there is like like it literally just wrecks shit. And such. I know fighter was also broken in the first game because of Rage Rush and Desperation and everything, but like in general, the class line is just broken. Like, I feel like the fighter class line, the scientist class line, and to some extent, some DLC classes, they're really broken. Like, they just, like, snap everything and whatnot. Things are a little different in Finale, but, you know, when we get there, we will get there. That's why I will go into more detail of it. But, like, yeah. Also is just there for support. Like, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, she's literally just there for support. Like, she may have 2 turns and such, but her turn delay is god awful. Like, you're just gonna be using her for support. And if you're wondering, like, is there a benefit to having high agility on Elsu? Well, it does fix a little bit of her turn delay. Like, she does get her turns a little more often than usual if she has high agility. But for the most part, yeah, Elsu's a support. I'm gonna be using her for all offense. And the blood veins react to you idling on the menu. Yeah, they do. It only takes them like 5 seconds to start like, you know, talking randomly. You can pet them, but I can't do that because I'm playing on a Switch. I don't have a mouse. And I have to undock the system in order for me to do that, which means you guys can't see it. So like, yeah. No head pats. Sorry. No head pats today. Wait, so you can actually head pat the maidens? Yeah, you can. In the first game, you can actually head pat them like either by touching the screen of the PS Vita, or if you're playing the PC version, just hover your mouse to them and just like you can head pat them. There are 3 locations you can touch: their head, their hand, and their lower body. And as you expected, they do react differently depending on which part you touch. And everything. Osu is so meshed, so she works better here as support. Yeah, in 2, Osu is definitely a support character. Like, in the mid to late game, she is definitely designed for support. And by support, I do mean like items, purging, and also Kagame, because you know Kagame is like the best thing in the franchise. Like, this is the best thing that to introduce. I love Kagame. It's so good. and everything. I'm glad that finale is essentially Mary Sculptor 2, but with like some revisions, which honestly, a gameplay point of view, I think finale is like the best game out of like all the Mary Sculptor games. Like in a gameplay point of view, like I feel like finale really did like satisfy me, because I feel like 2 is like a little janky because like it's easily broken, and there's a lot of things I feel like 2 needed a little bit more time to like, you know, test out and everything. Finale, I feel like they took all of the like, you know, problems that I think 2 has, and they're like, okay, we need to like make the gameplay a little bit more like fair in terms of like how the mechanics works. Even though finale does have their own issues, like for example, when you fight the big enemies, like my god, the big enemies are like a pain in the ass to deal with in finale, but I know how to deal with them. They're easy for me. But like to most people, like yeah, oh my god, like the big enemies are an absolute pain. Oh my god. But never their boost, which is odd. Yeah, it's weird that there's not like, you know, a reaction if you were to touch the chest. Like I know that kind of sounds wrong, but like yeah, it is kind of weird that there's no reaction to that. Yo, I could have made a head pat the maiden mean routine, sorry. Yeah, that would be a cool one. So finale is 2+. In a like gameplay wise, yeah, finale is pretty much a revised Mary Sculptor 2 with like, you know, gameplay balancing, and I would say it feels more refined. Like it feels like it plays a lot better, if you ask me, which I like a lot. I think finale is like the best game, like gameplay wise, out of like all of them. So what about character and story wise? So for story, I kind of want to like keep that when I start streaming finale, because that's where I will be like, you know, going into more detail of it and what I personally think and such. So like if you want to know like a short answer without me like saying anything, and especially when it comes to the story of finale, I think finale is great, but it has a lot of problems, and one of those problems was the main antagonist group, and I feel like they weren't given enough screen time, which is kind of a shame because I find them interesting. And I do feel like the final chapter is lacking in terms of like context, because I feel like you kind of need the prequel novel in order to kind of like make you fully understand like, oh, okay, so that's why the main villain is the way they are, sort of thing. Like in the game itself, you are given hints of it, but I feel like it's not enough for you to kind of wrap your head around it, which is like one of the problems I have with finale. Other than like, I feel like there's some pacing issues with the story, it's overall a really great game. But I'll go into more in depth when we get to finale. So like, yeah, you're not wrong. Those enemies are so bad. Yeah, the big enemies, oh my god. Like when we get there, you'll be seeing me like both complaining, but also showing you like, oh hey, this is how you can one-shot them. Like this is really how you can one-shot them. And whatnot. But yeah, I do know this event right here is related to Red Riding Hood. Like it's one of the affection events that you can only do in the dungeon. So let's go touch this.
調子を取り戻してきたのかもしれないな。だけどメルヘンやナイトメアに対しての憎悪が前にも増して強くなっている気がする。
あんたもそう思う？
親指気づいてたんだ。
当たり前でしょ。まあいつまでも塞いでいるよりは元気になった方がマシだけど、それにしても戦い方が豪快というか容赦がないというか、もっと他にやりようがあるでしょうね。それにどこか楽しそうなところがあって、まるで暮らすこと自体に喜びを感じているみたいで、なんだか怖い。あれ、なんだ、もうつまんないの。
赤ずきん、調子良さそうだね。
おかげさまで絶好調だよ。お姉ちゃん、怪我してる。怪我？ああ、ほんとだ。気づかなかった。
期みたいに大雑把な戦い方ばっかりしてるからだよ。知らないうちに自分で切っちゃったんだな。
そんなこともあるよね。失敗失敗。もうお姉ちゃんったら笑ってる場合じゃないよ。手当てするから傷を見せて。いいよ。これくらい
I do agree on that though. I was so pissed off that they put so much and added some stuff of Alice but did nothing with it.
いいから見せて。
And as a big fan of Alice, you know that hits hard. Okay, like with the whole Alice thing, I don't want to get into detail of that because there's like, you know, huge finale spoiler shit. But I feel like
そうかな。でもまあ
it was an interesting thing that they did, but I just feel like they could have made Alice a lot more, you know, involved, like in terms of like character, like progression sort of thing, you know, like expand her character a little more. But they kind of didn't do that, so it kind of made me go like, well, that's quite something. But I do like how they tried to like, you know, I do like the idea. That's the thing. I do like it a lot. It's just I feel like they didn't really expand upon it too much, and I think that's what's like I would say the major issue of that. But we will get there when we get there. I don't want to talk too much about it yet and such, but like yeah. Also this the strategist strikes again. Yes, also the voice of reasoning. Wait, there's a second one? Hold on, let me flip my back. Yeah, there is a second one. Interesting. Oh no, Red, please don't crazy sadistic. We have Iris Heart and we don't need it here. Okay, let's be real. Like the Iris Heart situation, that one was more like, I guess it's like a reoccurring gag. I don't remember like the lore reason why Iris Heart is the way she is. Like it's been a while since I played Neptunia V for Victory and such, but like I don't know, like it's weird. But like yeah, Red, please no. She's really going self-destruct mode. No.
死ね、死んじゃえよ。お前たちなんて皆殺しにしてやる。
またあんな雑な戦い方をして。
力任せで動きに無駄が多いな。前はあんな戦い方じゃなかったのに。
無茶しないでくれるといいんだけど。でも生き生きしてるぞ。きっと楽しいのだな。
あれはあれで問題があると思うけど。
そうか、元気そうで良いではないか。
あなたはそう思うのでしょうね。めちゃくちゃにしてやる。こんなやつ、こんなやつ。赤ずき。勢い余って自分を傷つけてしまったよ。
ああ、言わんこっちゃない。楽しくても怪我をしてしまうのはまずいぞ。お姉ちゃん、大丈夫だった？傷見せて、手当てするから。
赤ずき、今のは危なかったぞ。下手をしたら大怪我するところだったんだからな。そうかもねって自分のことなんだぞ。そんな人事みたいに。こうでもしないとダメでさ。あいつらを憎んでいると。
Red, no, this is the Joe, not Kamuro, like Kamuro Show. Told you, Red, we don't exactly have a cinema where for you to dream, and I don't think it will work here. Yeah.
みんなに迷惑はかけないから。悲しいこと言わないで。
みんなに迷惑はかけないですって。おかしなことを言うのね。何がおかしいって言うのさ。現にあなたが今ここで怪我をして迷惑を被っているのよ。その事実はどう説明するの？
それは
あなたが自分をどう扱おうと勝手だけど面倒なことに。
Sorry, slipping into liking Yakuza / like a dragon for a bit there. Oh, it's fine. I like the Yakuza references. I wouldn't say I'm a fan of it, but I do like the games a lot. And if I'm going by like Okay, the only games I played is okay. Are you ready for like my weird list of Yakuza games that I have played? All right, so
私の気持ちはわかるでしょ
I played Yakuza 1 more specifically. I played both Kiwami, the remake, and I played the original one on the PS2. I played Yakuza 2, same case. I played Kiwami, its remake, and the PS2 original. I played 0,
グレーテルの言う通り
and I played the Fist of the North Star like spin-off, and that's it. Like that's all the Yakuza games I played. I didn't touch the 7th game, like a dragon, and I didn't touch 3, 4, 5, and 6.
あ赤ずきん
憎しみにとらわれないでね。あなたずいぶん残酷なことを言うのね。
残酷それってどういう
ほらみんな行くわよ。赤ずきんがずんずん一人で先行っちゃうわ。よし我に続くのだ。あなたは戦闘じゃないでしょ。おつーちゃんお姉ちゃんとはまたきちんと話してみればいいよ。
そうだね
Oh, nice. This pisses me off. I wish I played this in Japanese. Wait, this was not voice acting in Japanese. Okay, given the nature of how Compile Heart handles English dubs, I'm assuming all of that cool stuff that we experienced was not dubbed at all in English. So yeah, I do like the Japanese voice acting. This is like one of the few times where I feel like playing this game in English is kind of I wouldn't call it disservice. It's kind of like you're kind of missing out a lot from the performance and how it's like an impactful event and everything. Also, like, I don't remember, was there another event like in the station grounds? Because we just went through 2 of them. And such, but like, I don't know if there's another one. I want to go back to home base to see if there is like, if that's like, you know, unlocks the rest of Red's support conversations. No, it wasn't. Again, Red, you're not Majima. You're not Majima. You're not Berserker. You're not Mr. I'll end with just. I only beaten Yakuza 0, but this franchise is so sick. Not gonna lie. Yeah, Yakuza is amazing. I do feel like what makes Yakuza so appealing is that it's unapologetically Japanese. Like, it's literally just Japanese culture. There's no, like, westernization and such. Like, it's pure Japanese, like, customs and such. And I think that's what makes it stand out a lot in the West, because, like, it's a completely different culture from, like, you know, the Western, countries and such. They're like, oh, they have like, you know, different standards, they have like different ways of handling problems and such, even though like, you know, Yakuza is about a bunch of the Yakuza and how they operate and shit. But like, it's interesting to see, like, it's really interesting to see how other countries are like, and like they do have their own problems, like, and everything, and how they like try to solve it and shit. And how there are like some similarities between other countries, but at the same time, like, they're very different. Like, it's a very different world is what I'm trying to say. And I think that's what makes it so appealing to the Western fan base. They're like, yeah, this is really cool to see, especially with the mini games. Like, come on, let's be real, the mini games were great. Fate Stay Night Berserker. I was thinking of Grand Order Berserkers. Oh, that too depends on which one. Yeah, but Fate Stay. Yeah, the Berserker class servants. Berserkers are weird. I always feel like there's such a weird class in Fate, and I think the reason why is because like when you like understand the requirements of getting a Berserker, it's like, okay, so they're the easiest class to get into, but they cost a lot of mana to use, so it's kind of like impractical to use a Berserker. So I'm like, if that's the case, then what's the point? Like, what's the point of having a Berserker class if, like, I know like they have great strength and everything, but the problem with them is that they cost a lot of mana to use. So like, it's either you have to like constantly chug down a bunch of mana transfers or you just have to naturally have a ton of mana to begin with. Like it's like a weird class for anyone to get into. And when I do agree, Yakuza is amazing. Yeah, it is. I like the Yakuza games. I do want to play 3, 4, 5, and 6, and also 7. And whatnot, and also the other spin-offs. Like, I do want to play those and whatnot, and everything. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Plus, they go crazy and kill everything and deal major damage. Alright, I want to leave sadly. Yeah, from what I saw, Kiwami plays Zero Yakuza is good. Yeah, see you, Gwen. I mean, sorry, not Gwen. Rudo, have a nice sleep, or like have a nice day and such. Thank you for like dropping by and like, you know, hanging out and like chatting with me and everything, and with chat, of course. First, let's see. Gwen says high risk, high reward lore-wise. Yeah, it is, but it's like very impractical unless you have those like, you know, requirements that I mentioned. Like, it's really impractical. And Ilya checks off all of that with flying colors. Yeah, I mean, like there's a lore reason why, but like, yeah, she is like the best like candidate for like a berserker class servant. Wait, Ilsu's room. Oh, okay, it's red. Good. Good. Wait, was there a lore reason why our character can just use berserkers like it's nothing? Like, is it because we have a ton of mana, like Ilya? Or is it because of the whole like, oh, this is a mobile game, just don't worry about it too much? I heard there was a new Fate anime releasing soon, but I don't. Oh, are you talking about Strange Fate? Oh my god, I was actually hyped for that because like I like the light novels. Like that one was an interesting like Fate series that I know for a fact that the reason why the servants and characters did not appear in Grand Order is because they didn't want to what do you call it? Include those characters yet, because the series isn't like, you know, done yet. Like they didn't finish like they didn't like, you know, finish the story and such, so they didn't want to include characters from Strange Fate into Grand Order. And when I saw that reasoning, I'm like, okay, that's understandable. Like I understand why they would do that and everything, but I didn't know they were making an anime. That's a like when I heard about the anime, I was like, yeah, that's like really cool and such. Like it's the second thing you say, so it's just a mobile game. Alright, good to know. I mean, berserkers have some, like, Grand Order berserkers are pretty cool. Like, let's be real, like, there's a good chunk of them that are like, okay, they're a little crazy, but they're not super crazy. And whatnot. In fact, I actually have a lot of berserkers in my Fate Grand Order account. Like, out of all the servant classes, the ones I have the most in are assassins and berserkers for some reason. Like I just happen to pull like a bunch of assassins and berserkers like they're like candy, but everything else is like I have nothing. Yeah, that one. I wanted to read that novel last year. Oh, that's amazing. That's really amazing. I can't play gacha games more than a month, haha. Yeah, wait, how long have I been playing Grand Order? Let's see, I was there when the first event for Grand Order popped up for NA server. That was like 2017 question mark? I've been playing that game for like I've been playing Grand Order for like 6 years. But like I come in and out, like I don't play it constantly. Like there are times where I take like a huge hiatus from that game and I'm like, oh, I'm gonna go back because I want this one servant that they're gonna release soon. No, wow, it's not that impressive when like I take like huge hiatuses from like gacha games, and like I sometimes just come back to it because I'm like, oh, I feel bored, I want to play a gacha game and such. Like I am whatnot. When did I stop playing Grand Order? I think I stopped quite recently because of the whole like, oh look, it's Fairy Knight Lancelot, I want her, I want a whale. And whatnot, and sadly I didn't get her. I just felt giving up at that point. I was like, yep, I give up. I didn't get Fairy Knight Lancelot. I wanted her so bad. Like ever since I saw her in the Japanese servers and such, I'm like, this is a Lancer that I want because of just how cool her mechanic is. But sadly, I didn't get her. What else did I was like, yeah, I sadly didn't get her. I was really disappointed. I was like, well, at least I got Fairy Knight Gawain. I like tall girls. I like literally, wait, how tall is she? Let me pull up her wiki. Indeed, I have some good characters, though my luck is ranked E to C, but sometimes it's boosted to A to EX. Yeah, exactly. My luck in Grand Order is not that great. I absolutely have garbage luck in that game. And when I like, hell, most of my 4 and 5 stars are like either from pure luck or from the events. If you could see my lucky be die laughing, I highly doubt that. I highly doubt that, Stella. I highly doubt there's someone out there that has terrible luck than me. And whatnot, but like, yeah, I did manage to get like Fairy Knight Gawain, which I'm like, yeah, I like tall girls. Like, I like a girl who's like, let's see, she's 190 centimeters. If I were to convert that to freedom units, aka America's kind of using weird measurement system shit, she's like, wait, Google, you read this wrong. Why do you read, excuse me? Let's see, okay, according to Google, if I were to convert it to American units, she is 6 foot and 2 inches. And for context, I'm literally like where her chest is. That's how tall I am. Like, I'm that small. And whatnot, base taste, yeah. Not bad, you got a good one. Yeah, I know, like, Fairy Knight Gawain is actually, like, a good option because she's literally designed to, like, survive. And whatnot, like, I remember, like, a lot of her skills are essentially, like, hey, she can, like, recover health pretty easily, and she has, like, a fuck ton of HP as well, so she's literally designed to be, like, a survive character and whatnot. Let's look her up. What a gorilla woman. Holy shit. Yeah, not only that, but have you seen her, like, her abs and shit? Like, my god. Like, it's amazing. I'm like, holy shit. Like, I don't mind, like, getting, like, I don't mind getting snooze to death by that woman. Like, holy shit. and whatnot. Also, like, she has a tragic backstory, but I don't want to get into it because that's like, you know, fake Grand Order spoiler shit. I don't want to talk about that. And here's the thing, I do think like Grand Order is a good Fate, you know, series, like in story and such, but I feel like the problem with Grand Order was that the early years were kind of rough, like in terms of like story progression and shit. Like, and everything. It did get better in like the later parts of the story, especially when you get to like Camelot in part 1 of the story of Grand Order. Like, I honestly think that's where the story really did pick up a lot and is really great as well. And then you get to story 1.5, which is essentially the Gaiden chapters. I like those stories a lot. They were pretty cool. And then we get to part 2, Cosmos in the Lost Belt. That shit is amazing. Like, the story in that part of Grand Order, fucking great. Like, every single chapter is amazing. And we get to the best one, which is the Fairy Knight Britain one, which is, I think that's Lost Belt 6, question mark? I don't remember, like, the exact numbers of the chapters, but like, yeah, 6th chapter, fucking amazing. Like, everything, like, from the characters to how the story progressed, especially when you get to the, you know, traditional Type Moon horror shit, like, you know, there's a lot of gore and shit, and like a bunch of morally questionable people. Like, it's amazing. Like, it really does pull out great. And also banger music. Like, that boss battle alone has some really great tracks. And don't get me started with the boss battles. They're like beautiful. The chef's kiss beautiful. Like, my god. And whatnot. And also, like, without saying too much, it has a really good like depiction of Oberon, who is the fairy king, the king of the high fays, if you know your mythology and such. Like, god, it's amazing. Like, I like their depiction of that character. It's like, you feel bad for the guy. Like, you just genuinely feel bad for the guy, especially when you learn about like the restrictions of his class and how that kind of correlates into his backstory. Like, it's really sad. Like, you really feel like absolutely terrible for that guy. And don't get me started with like the final, well, I wouldn't call it final boss, but like the ending boss for that chapter. Like, the music is wonderful, the atmosphere is great. I love the noble phantasm that happens in it. It's like, yeah, this is awesome. Like, oh my god, like, me talking about this really wants me to pull up Grand Order. Like, I want to play that again. And whatnot, but like, yeah, what else do you guys said? Type Moon character, tragic backstory, name a better duo. Yes, like, every Type Moon character has a tragic backstory. Like, let's be real. Actually, can we actually name one character that has no tragic backstory in Type Moon? Like, was there actually one character in there that didn't have like a tragic backstory? Like, I don't remember if there was actually one person in there. Fate Stay Night, Fate Zero, Prime, Ilya, Fate Extra, and CC are my kind of Fate. Grand Order was so hard to get into, but part 1.5/2 was great. That's the magic of Fate. It is. Taiga. Oh yeah, Taiga! The teacher! Yeah, she didn't really have that much of a tragic backstory when I think about it. And whatnot, like, close one is Fujinet. Yeah, when I think about it, they don't really have too much of a tragic backstory. I like how we just kind of took a break from Mary Skelter and just talk about, like, Type Moon, which I don't mind. I like Type Moon as well, like, and whatnot. Like, out of all the Type Moon, like, properties, I like Moon Princess the most, but Fate is pretty high up there because, like, Fate was the reason why I got into Type Moon to begin with. And I played like the VNs the most, and also Fate Extra. Like, Fate Extra is like my favorite overall, but like, yeah. Speaking about Taiga and such, like, okay, I do have like a little bit of a confession. Like, when I was younger, I thought Taiga was just like that one side character that was just like, okay, she's fine, like, she's funny and whatnot. But as I got older, I went like, she's kind of my type. Like, I would actually like someone, like, be in a relationship with someone like her. Like, that's when I got older and everything. I was like, wait, you know what? I will probably end up with someone like Taiga. And whatnot. I hope Fate Stay Night visual novel gets a remake. Yes! Oh my god, like the Tsukihime remake, like what Gwen talked about. Yeah, I would love it if Fate Stay Night gets a remake and everything. And please keep the R18 stuff. I know the reason why they did it was because at the time they didn't think it's gonna sell well, so they're like, oh, let's just put some R18 shit because everyone loves that. And whatnot. And like later ports of Fate Stay Night, they removed that stuff because they're like, oh, they think it's cringe and whatnot. But I don't know, there's something about how cringy the R18 stuff was. I just find it interesting. Like, I just find it like interesting how it was handled and shit. And it just made me laugh more than like actually be like, oh man, this is like some good shit. I'm like, nah fam, I'm laughing my guts out and I like this. And whatnot. Buddy, you like Fate Extra? Hell yeah. Yes, I love Fate Extra. Like, I played the original like PSP version and I just loved it. Like, I even like how like Extra has a lot of references to Fate Stay Night and also to Tsukihime. Well, I mean, Fate Extra was like essentially like, hey, do you remember all this cool Type Moon like stuff? Like, here you go. Like, it's in VR. Like, it's amazing. And like, I think Extra I think it could. I don't know what I'm trying to say. I'm losing my train of thought. I think Extra like confirmed that all of the stuff that we learn of Type Moon is actually canon in Extra. Like, you actually see these characters in Type Moon in Fate Extra, and it's like the actual people and such. Like, it's not like, oh, is this an AI of this person? Like, no, that's the actual person. Like, that's actually like the person in this, like, you know, VR world and such. They're just kind of confused like why they're here and shit. And shout out to like the berserker that you fight in one of the story routes, who's essentially a giant Tsukihime reference. Like, I like the lore reason that the reason why she's there is because she's literally bored. She was just like, oh, I'm bored, so I'm just gonna hop into Fate Extra and just have shits and giggles. Like, it's fucking hilarious. They will 100% remove it. I mean, they already did with Reality and New Light. Yeah, I remember playing that version. And I was like, man, I kind of wish they updated the R18 scenes, you know, make it actually look cool rather than like, you know, kind of cringy. like, let's be real. I kind of wish they kept it and like actually improved it and such. But like, yeah, I kind of wish they kind of kept it. Same, please keep all Fate Stay Night greatness, mainly Unlimited Brave Works and Heaven's Field. Oh my god, Unlimited Brave Works and Heaven's Field. I feel like those are like the popular ones. I unironically like the first route. I think that one was just called Fate, right? Or was it called Stay Night? The one with Saber and such. Like, I honestly did like that route, even though it was like really basic and shit. Like, I did like it and everything. But if you ask me, like, between Unlimited Blade Works and Heaven's Fields, like, which one do I prefer? I like Heaven's Field a lot. And I think the reason why was because there was a lot of cool moments in that one. Especially when you get to like the two endings at the end of that route. Like, one ending was like, you know, super bittersweet, and the other one's like super happy and shit. Like, regardless of like which ending you prefer from that one, I think they're both great because like it really does show you like, hey, this is like good story writing and shit. I like it a lot. The extra CC was so good. Yes, oh my god, CC was like amazing with like the Sakura faces and fucking the cheater class. Yeah, I remember that. I did had some problems with that game, more specifically the way how level up worked, because I remember in Fate Extra they just let you choose like, oh, which stat you want to like level up and shit. Like, you know, you have full freedom and everything, even though there's like some stats that are obvious is broken on certain characters. But in CC they're just like, oh, this is a regular level up, which kind of sucks because I like the customization of the first extra game, which is like, yeah, but like I do think CC is great. I did feel like they fixed a lot of the problems I had with Fate Extra's like original gameplay and everything, but at the same time there were some changes I wasn't a huge fan of, but overall it was good. And also I do like how they just added a new class and that class is literally just called cheater. Like, if you choose this class, you're pretty much cheating, which is fucking hilarious. It makes sense both in like a gameplay point of view, but also in a lore point of view, because like once you figure out like who the cheater servant is, you're like, oh my god, like I understand why he's considered like, you know, a cheater in this like, you know, holy grail war of CCC. Like, my god. Also, I do like the final boss a lot for CCC. Like, that one was really cool. And I do like her servant as well. And everything. Like, honestly, like, CCC is, like, really great. Like, I do wish that one had an English translation. I'm hoping that the Fate Extra remake will also remake CCC as well. Like, if it does well enough, like, you know, they remake CCC, I will love it if they did that. Like, I will love to have CCC available for, like, English people, because, like, I feel like that's, like, one of the best, like, stories in Extra. Like, it's really good and such. Also, like, shout out to, like, the idol servant in CCC. She cracks me up a lot, even though, like, I know she's a terrible person and shit, but, like, she literally made me laugh a lot. Like, I like her as much as Nero. Like, they both made me laugh a lot. And whatnot. And everything. Yeah, Stella's Line's high bad ending is sick in Heaven's Feel. It is. Like, that bad ending was amazing. I loved it. Like, it was so bittersweet, but like, it's amazing at the same time. I know, right? BB-chan is sick as hell. Like, yeah, BB, honestly, I don't know how I feel towards BB, to be honest. Like, I do like how she's like a good, like, antagonist and such, but like, other than that, I just feel like she's a Sakura, but has confidence. Like, that's literally what BB-chan is. Like, if you were to, like, boil down her personality traits without, like, going into, like, the greater detail, like, her backstory and, like, how she plays an integral role in the story of CC and whatnot. Like, if you just boil down to, like, how she does, you know, boil down, like, her simplistic character traits, she's a Sakura, but with confidence. Like, that's literally how I can describe her. And whatnot. I do feel like she is great on Grand Order. I did like Summer BB. Like, that one, I was like, yeah, Summer BB, awesome. I like her Noir Phantasm and everything. And whatnot, but like, yeah, I want that so bad, as much as I want Fate Stay Night Visual now. But yeah, I agree, it's so good. Yes, oh my god. Yeah, but I fucking love Sakura and all the Sakura faces, yeah. I mean, Sakura as a character, I just feel bad for her. Like, I feel like Sakura was designed to be like the character that you're like, yeah, she had a rough. Like, you just can't help but feel bad for her. Like, I know every Fate character went through shit, but I feel like Sakura just takes the cake when you like learn about it and whatnot. And everything. I'm glad that the other Sakura faces, like, they don't have too much of a tragic backstory. Granted, like, this is me going by memory. I don't remember every single one, but like, I'm glad that the other ones, they don't have it as rough as the original one. And everything, but like, yeah, let's continue with the affection events. I'm not sure how much there is, because they tend to, like, you know, pair affection events into the same area, so you can be finished with one affection event and then another one will just pop up. So like, let's see how much there is. So we're gonna do the hallway, and while that's playing, I'm gonna use this as an opportunity to get water, and I'll be back. It'd be quick though. I'm just gonna get water.
やあ、元気か？心なしか表情が明るいですわね。何かいいことでもありましたの？親指姫や白雪も元気ですの？それは何よりですわ。あら、改めて見ますと、その髪飾り可愛いですわね。ありがとう。花の色が髪にとても似合っていますわ。そういえばあなたの部屋にはたくさん花があるんでしたわね。やっぱり植物の世話は大変なのかしら。でもお花に囲まれた生活も素敵ですわ。どのように育てればいいのかしら。でもどうかしまして？
シンデレラ、 簡潔に答えやすい言い方にしてくれないか。
どうしてですの？
ほら、眠りは人に説明することよりも植物を育てることの方が得意だと思うんだ。あんまり一度にいろいろ聞かれるとちょっと戸惑っちゃうかもしれないだろ。
ではなんて聞けばいいんですの？植物についていろいろ聞きたいのに。
シンデレラ、あんた植物育てたいの？
親指どこから湧いて、じゃない、どうしてここに？
たまたま通りかかったら話し声が聞こえてきたのよ。
植物。
ネムの代わりに私が答えてあげる。植物の世話だけどやっぱりそれなりに大変ですって。
Alright, I'm back. BRB, I'm back. Alright.
趣味みたいなものだし、もう慣れちゃったから世話するのも苦にはならないわ。何より部屋の寝心地が良くなるから植物は欠かせないの。もしも植物を育ててみたくなったら株を分けてあげるって言ってるわ。
超通訳。
すごいですわ。親指姫はネムの言いたいことがちゃんと分かっていますのね。
本当驚いたよ。眠りのあの短い言葉だけでよく今の長文になったね。
まあね、姉なんだから当然よ。それにね、ネムは口数が多くないだけで頭の中ではしっかり考えてるんだから。ネムはすごい子なのよ。
少し意外だったな。眠りはふわっとしていてこんなにはっきりしたことを考えてるようなイメージじゃなかったから。
私もですわ。意外な一面ですわね。
ぼーっとしてるように誤解されやすいのよ、この子。それが私は悔しくて。
だから親指は眠りが自分で話せるようになってほしかったんだな。自慢の妹が誤解されないように。
まあ
せっかく妹思いなのに不器用だな。
放っておいて。ただ最近考えを変えるようになっただけよ。私も
While they're talking, I'm in the back wanting to find/save Alice. Don't worry, Stella. We'll get there. I do want to like try to finish up their events because like, first of all, when we get to the next chapter, they're just gonna bombard us with more events, and I'm like, yeah, I'd rather finish all of this and then we can go get Alice.
何？でも
And also, it doesn't help the fact that because of me doing all the girls' affection early, like max it out early and shit, that's why we're getting a lot of cutscenes.
当たり前でしょ。
But the good thing is that this is going to be like a relaxing stream. I'm just going to be grinding, doing side quests and affection events. I'm not going to like progress through the story too much, so like I don't mind this too much.
姉妹がいなくたってシンデレラには僕やみんながいるから寂しくないだろ。
そうでしたわね、カツ。
Hell yeah, we actually got some Red Riding Hood Massacre skills. This is good. Alright, so you can kind of tell by like, you know, she has VY Blast, she has Swipe, she has Rage Rush, and she has Invasion Dance. You're like, wait a minute. Those are the same skills that Alice has in the first Mary Sculptor game. And yeah, you are correct. Like, Red in Mary Sculptor 2 and onwards, I think this applies to Finale, not the remake though. The remake did like had her have her original like massacre skills and such, but like in 2 and Finale, they just simply decided, hey, we'll just give Alice give Red like Alice's like moveset, like massacre skill set. Which if you ask me is like great if you if I'm gonna be honest with you, because I do feel like Red does need like more offensive options, because I feel like in the first game she gets like her early massacre skills were like mostly defensive, which I felt like were kind of useless if I'm gonna be real with you. She does get more offensive ones like AoE attacks and everything, but like it wasn't that too great. And I think the reason it wasn't that great if you ask me, but like in 2 and Finale, like yeah, she does get Alice's moveset and it's really good on her. Like Red actually like utilizes it, actually uses it quite well, like Alice. So in other words, like yeah, Alice is Red is like a really good like damage dealer, like Alice. Does that mean Red wants to be like Alice? I honestly don't know. Like I don't know the reasoning for them switching their you know, their massacre skills around, because I do know like everyone essentially has like different ones compared to the first game. I don't know the reason why they did that, because like Rapunzel gets like Sleepy's massacre list, while Sleeping Beauty gets like kind of her original set, because like I don't think there was any character in the first game that has this particular set of massacre skills. For Dumbelina, they just like decided to remove most of her rock skills and just give her like one AoE rock skill, which is actually a really good one. And who is Snow White? Not much change. They just decided to give her mostly rock skills and like status effect moves, which I do like a lot. I do wish she has at least like one other element, like water, like in the first game, or maybe like wind or fire, because I feel like now a lot of characters have that. For Kaguya, I think they didn't change her moveset at all. Like this is the same. They just remove air and thunder and just replace it with fire and water, which is also pretty good. For Gretel, they definitely changed it up. Like Gretel had like so many like elemental moves that were AoE, and they decided to change it so that she learns mostly single target ones, which are actually really good. Like Power Earth, this one's good. Full Poison, this is good for water. Heavy Air, this is good. Air Impact, also good. Grand Quake, she can literally one-shot shit if you like prepare her like well enough. For Hamlin, also they change it for her. I do like Hamlin's move massacre set in this game compared to the first game, because in the first game she mostly learns like status effects and lightning, and I don't remember any other element besides that. But in this one she learns like earth and wind, which I feel like synergizes well with her movesets and whatnot. And like other than that, yeah, that's all I can say about the massacre skills. But let's continue on with the affection events. Also, what else do you said? Maybe Red likes her baby sister Alice so much that she feels like this is the one person that I can't let down. I mean, I guess like that does fit well with Red's character, especially with the whole like Little Mermaid situation and such. Like that does really seem in character for Red. But like yeah, let's continue on. I'm assuming we don't have that much left because that like hallway event ended so quickly. So I'm just guessing that there's not going to be a lot of affection events at the moment, and probably more will unlock after we get Alice and such. But like yeah, let's continue on.
納得できませんわ。
ラプンツェルとシンデレラの声だわ。食堂から聞こえてきたけど。
まあまあ、そう怒らないでよ。白雪たちはお二人のことを思ってラプンツェルとシンデレラを子供扱いした。ひどい。私たちちゃんと一人前でしたよ。
なあ、何をそんなに揉めてるんだ？廊下まで声が聞こえてきたぞ。
あ、おつー。赤々と白雪がひどいんだよ。私たちを子供扱いして。
Please, I want to see Alice. Don't worry, Stella. We will find your Alice. Don't worry. I think everyone's like strong enough to like, you know, deal with the nightmare easily. It doesn't help the fact that I literally had to crank up the game's difficulty in jail trials just to like, you know, make it challenging, quote unquote, but I still one-shot them. Whoa, Rapunzel, that was uncalled for. Yeah, Rapunzel, watch your mouth.
いて。赤ずきんと白雪は悪気があったわけじゃないんだから。ラプンツェルやシンデレラのことが心配だから危険なことをさせたくないだけなんだよ。
心配されるほど役立たずだということですの。屈辱ですわ。やっぱり子供扱いだ。
子供じゃないよ。
おつ
ラプンツェルもシンデレラも頼りになる決式少女仲間だよ。二人がいなければ乗り越えられなかった場面もたくさんあった。だけど赤ずきんたちがつい心配するのは二人が大切な仲間だからなんだ。
仲間だから？
そう、君たちだって僕たちの誰かが怪我をしたら心配するだろう。
するよ、心配する。
それと同じだよ、赤ずきんたちの気持ちも。わかるか？
ごめんなさいですわ。そんなこともわからずにダダをこねて。私たちはやっぱり子供ですわね。
いや、こっちこそごめん。おつーの言う通りだ。確かに二人のこと子供扱いしちゃってた。そうですね。ラプンツェルさんとシンデレラさんは頼りになる一人前の仲間です。さっきの発言は撤回するよ。これからも一緒に探索行ってくれるかな？いいの？本当に？もちろん頼りにしてるよ。
行きますわ。ねえおつー。
なんだ？
おつーはラプンツェルたちがいなきゃ乗り越えられなかったこともたくさんあったって言ってくれたよね。すごーく嬉しかったよ。私もですわ。私たちの活躍ちゃんと見ていてくれたんですのね。次の探索も頑張るからちゃんと見ててね。
わかってるよ。でもあんまり調子に乗るようなら留守番させちゃうからな。
I'm back. Hey Gwen. You didn't really miss much. We just saw Rapunzel and Cinderella get into an argument with Red and Snow White, who, okay, let's be honest, they are like quote-unquote kids, so they're just worried about them. But at the same time, I'm like, but they've been with us since the start of the game. Like, they know how to one-shot shit because I know how to prepare them. Like, come on. Also, I might be wrong, but didn't we have this very same talk before? Cinderella and Rapunzel proving themselves so many times that they can fight and hang with the big kids. Kind of. Like, I do know that certain plot points, well, character arcs in 2, they do repeat themselves a little bit, but I don't think so in 1, because in 1, that was more of a case of, like, us getting along with the girls. They didn't really, like, go into, like, oh, they're young, so we don't want them to, like, get into, you know, big danger and shit, because like we don't want that. Like complain like, oh, we are more capable of you know, hanging with the big kids. Like we're capable of like handling shit like you guys. And not really a fan of that. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Like it is weird that some plot points in 2 they do kind of repeat itself with some of the events, like kind of a lack of like continuity in a sense. But I don't mind it too much, because like they do kind of acknowledge it, like in like future events, like they do acknowledge it to an extent, especially the ending. I do feel like the ending like does a good job at like acknowledging like all the character development that you see from the affection events and such. And when we get to the ending, oh boy, like I can't wait to unpack what I think is happening in the ending, because I do know some people after playing 2, they think the ending did make this made like 2 irrelevant, like there was no point in playing 2 after getting the true ending and shit. Like, I disagree. I feel like the ending does a good job at acting as like a conclusion to the characters, like the character arcs of everyone and everything. But even though it's like a tragic end sort of scenario, but like I do feel like it was like a appropriate conclusion, and it makes sense when you like think about it. Like you take into account of like everyone's character personalities and such. What the fuck, really? Yeah, I actually do think that. I do think that the ending serves as kind of a good conclusion to the Mary Sculptor 2 characterization. I do feel like, despite how tragic it is, it does feel like a conclusion that I'm like, yeah, I can get my head around this. Like, I can like fully understand what they were trying to do with this ending sort of scenario. Like, I don't know, that's how I felt towards it. Like, I honestly have like a bunch of weird, sorry, I walked away from the mic a little bit. I do have like a bunch of like random opinions when it comes to the ending of 2 and whatnot. Like, I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of weird. And whatnot. What the fuck, really? Wow, that makes sense at all. Why would anyone say Mary Sculptor 2's true ending is bad? No. Oh, okay. I don't know how to explain it, Stella. Like, we just have to get there, and that's why I will start like explaining my reason and shit. Like, I don't know. Like, it's weird. I'm just weird in general. I don't know how to explain things. I just have to get to that point, and then that's why I can start explaining shit. But like, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's weird. Like, it's kind of weird. And whatnot. I do understand like what they're trying to do with the true ending and everything, and how, like, you know, the remake with its true ending. Yes, I'm not gonna go into detail of that. It's like, you know, it's designed to be the true ending so we can get to finale and shit. But I do feel like there's a lot of interesting things we can like delayer for the true ending of Mary Sculptor 2. Like, I do feel that way. So we'll just ignore what I said for now and just like focus on the infection events, and then when we get to that point in time, that's where I'll start talking more about it. So yeah, let's go on.
どうしたんだ？ため息なんかついちゃって。
別に何でもありませんわ。私だって一人で黄昏たい時くらいありますわ。
そっか。
なんですのその反応は。なんだかバカにされてるみたいですわ。
まさかバカになんてするわけないよ。
その余裕な感じがバカにしてるみたいだって言ってますのよ。
まあまあ、そう怒るなって。
やっぱりおつーたちばっかり先に大人になるなんて許せませんわ。私だって。
あれ、怒ったかと思えば急に落ち込んで忙しいな。
どうせ情緒不安定ですわよ。前は私が不甲斐ないのは大人のおつーたちと違って子供だからだと思ってましたわ。でも違うって分かりましたわ。ラブは小さい子なのに私よりしっかりした自分というものを持っていますわ。親指姫だって自分に至らないところがあればそれをカバーしようと努力していますし、要はどう生きるかなんですもんね。大人かどうかなんて関係なかったんですわ。大人か子供かなんて気にしている時点で私はいつまでも子供で不甲斐ないってことですわね。
シンデレラはすごいな。
今の話を聞いてまして。なんでそうなるんですの？
いや、シンデレラがそうやって悩んでるのは自分でいろいろ考えてるからだろ。すごいことだよ。本当に不甲斐ないやつは。
To me, Mary Sculptor's 2 ending is good, even though it made me cry a while, but I get it though. Plus, you need that ending to fully understand the true ending of Mary Sculptor. Of Mary Sculptor 1. Yeah. Yeah, that's like the interesting thing when it comes to Mary Sculptor's 2 ending, especially the true ending. But like, I don't know. Like, it's weird because like I honestly thought like 2 was like a good experience and everything, especially with the endings and shit. But like, there are a lot of people that felt like, oh, this was like kind of pointless if we were to get like, you know, what the true ending of Mary Sculptor 2 is like and shit. But I'm like, no, there's a point. Like, there's a reason why it was designed that way. And I feel like it makes sense when you actually like boil down the plot points and like you and you like, you know, analyze every character, and you see the character arcs and shit in this ending and everything. Like, I don't think it was pointless. I think there was a purpose to it, and I will go into greater detail of that later. No, it's not pointless at all. Yeah, exactly, Stella. I do agree with you. I don't think it was pointless. And whatnot.
待てと言われて待つやつなどおらん。我を捕まえたければ力ずくで来い。言ったな。これでも食らえ。おお、ちょっとびっくりした。避けられた。貴様の攻撃は確かに重いが。
Are they playing tag or are they just fighting? Because Hamlin's just like, oh, your attacks may hit hard, but there's no, but they're, but she's immune to it. If it was, you wouldn't care about the characters and the overall story before finale. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like 2 is such an important, like, part of the story. Even with, like, you know how the ending is like and shit. And whatnot. Like, I feel like 2 is such, like, an interesting experience. Like, that's, like, the best way I could describe 2. It's such an interesting experience. And I think it was made to be as such. Like, the first game was like, you know, the first game. I think the first game is like a really strong game of its own. Like, I feel like a lot of the things that I like about the first game is what makes it like extremely great in my list. But the second is pretty high up there too because of how it pretty much felt like a good sequel in terms of like how the characters are handled, the way how gameplay is handled, the way how the story progressed, and like, you know, the evolution of like the soundtrack and shit. Like, it's honestly amazing and whatnot. And I honestly kind of wish people were to like, I guess, see 2 in a more in that type of like, you know, they see it as a sequel rather than an entry point, because I feel like people play 2 mostly as an entry point rather than like an actual sequel. Cinderella wants to play, so cute. Yeah, Cinderella's adorable. I do like, okay, here's the thing. I did hear like some people didn't like Cinderella in 2 because, you know, she's a lolly and shit, but I'm like, when you actually like read into the backstory of like how Cinderella became she is in 2, you can't help but be like, this is fucking relatable. Like, this is understandable. This is why she has such a huge personality difference compared to the first game. And whatnot. And I don't think like a change of her appearance was that bad. I honestly do think that younger Cinderella looks as good as her older self. I guess the problem with like, you know, lollies is like, oh, she's a lolly and that's like, you know, questionable and shit. I'm like, bruh, no, like, she's petite. I don't even think she's a lolly to begin with. Like, look, compare her to Hamlin. Like, Hamlin looks younger than Cinderella. Like, look at this.
Kora, 一体何騒いでるんですか？わあ、かぐやだ。とても
I agree, the first game is so good, makes sense. Sorry, Mary Sculptor 2 even better, and seeing the true ending is
ちょっとやりすぎてしまったようだ。そうですよ。
is beautiful, but Cinderella wants to play so cute. Yes. It's so stupid. Cinderella is a great character in both games, and she is so cute, and her herself is sexy. What's wrong with that? Yeah, like, I remember people who are like fans of Cinderella in the first game, they were kind of disappointed with like younger Cinderella in the second game, even though I'm like kind of sitting there going like, bruh, there's like an actual story reason why she looks like that. Like, it's not a case of like, oh, we need more lollies. It's like, no, there's an actual story reason for it. It's a fucking tragic one at that.
じゃあこういうのはどうかな。誰が一番綺麗に掃除できるか競争するんだ。
やるー。ほう、面白そうだな。いいだろう。掃除でも終わ
I
れ
can
ば
understand not liking a lolly character. Like, that's understandable, but I just feel like
くんてれも負けないよ。
people just decide like, oh, I'm just dropping her because she became a lolly in the second game. I'm like, really? Like, what?
大人の私が負けるわけありませんわ。
Like, there's an actual story reason why. Like, I can understand not liking lollies, but it doesn't mean you should like drop the character immediately. I disagree. Kid Cinderella is the goat, and yes, there is a story reason why, and it's a very good one. Yeah, exactly. Like, I feel like a lot of people don't remember too much of like Mary Sculptor 2, especially those who think like, okay, Mary Sculptor 2 was just fine. Like, there wasn't much to write about. But I feel like when you actually pay attention to like all the details, especially when you read the prequel novel, everything just clicks. And I feel like that's like that's like Mary Sculptor 2's strongest like point. Like, I do think that the story is like as great as the first game for like a whole different reason, because like the first game was like, okay, it's the first game, they're introducing us to this brand new world known as the jail, so they have to, you know, go heavy on the world building and on the characters and everything. I feel like the first game did a lot of good things right, even though I do feel like, you know, the final chapter and the whole like, oh, we were resurrected by the jail and like, you know, white core and shit. Like, I know that shit is like confusing and everything, and it only makes sense if you read the prequel novel and everything, but like 2's case, because of it being really self-contained, especially with the prequel novel, because I feel like this. Okay, are you ready? I feel like when it comes to Mary Sculptor's 2 prequel novel, you can indeed read this during the middle of the game. More specifically, when you get Cinderella. That's where I feel like it's appropriate for you to read the prequel novel, because the prequel novel only covers up to the events from the beginning of the game all the way to that point in the story. And I do know like later prints of Mary Sculptor's 2 prequel novel, especially the one that comes with finale, that one actually has a bonus chapter that you do need to finish the game in order to like read it and such, because, you know, massive spoilers and everything. But like the earlier prints, completely readable. Like, you can read those like after you get Cinderella, and I feel like that makes 2's story a lot more stronger. I do feel like 2 is really self-contained. Like, it is, I'm sorry, it's really like more of a personal journey type of story, rather than like, oh hey, like, welcome to this new world, so we have to like spend a lot of time like explaining everything and like how the world works and shit. Like, 2 on the other hand is like, okay, like, hey, you've been here before, I don't need to explain everything to you. Like, you're coming back to the jail, but for a personal reason. What is that reason? Who knows? You're gonna figure that out as you continue through the game. And I think that's what makes 2, like, that's like the strong part of 2. I do apologize if I'm like stuttering and shit. It's hard for me to like keep my thoughts organized. Let me check if there's any other affection events. Oh, I think we did all of them. Good, alright. Let me turn in this quest, and then, Stella, we're gonna go fight the nightmare, and we might find Alice. Are you ready? Of course I ran out of space, because this game gives you blood crystals like it's candy. They give you so much of it that these work orders, like giving you blood crystals, not that useful, like, my god, but I'd want to do it because I'm a completionist. have to go now. Thanks for the stream. Oh, no problem, Gwen. Thank you for like stopping by and like hanging out for such a long time. I'm assuming that it's really late for you, so have a good sleep. I hope you have sweet dreams and everything. And I guess that's all I have to say to you, Gwen. So like have a good night. Thank you.
ありがとな。今回の報酬だ。他に用はあるか？これを見てくれ。気をつけて行ってこい。じゃあな。
Wait, I didn't know I had this piece. This is really Pog Stella. Like, look at this gel piece. A gel piece that gives you all 15 of all blood crystals. I mean, I know this game gives you like blood crystals like it's candy from regular grinding, but the fact that there's this like one particular one that just like decides like, hey, here's 15 of everything. If you land on it, it's like amazing. It's really useful in like the remake and finale. Like, my god, you really do need blood crystals for those games. You know what I'm gonna do, right? We're gonna do some duplication glitch. Let's go. There, perfect. The ideal gel control. Well, in my opinion, based on how I play and such. So like, yeah, I feel like if you're just running like a team filled with like, you know, gel blessings, like you're primarily using it as like your main source of like damage and healing, then I do suggest building it like this. Have Dree all heal pieces, or you can do 5. Like 5 works a lot as well. Have Dree defense ups. Have Dree defense down, or you can replace one of them with tech down. Have 1 stun piece, and by doing that, you essentially have like a pretty good lineup where like you can probably get like, you know, all heals more often, and like for the defense up, it increases your defenses, and then we have, you know, attack down, which makes the enemies don't hit hard. So as a result, if you happen to get like, you know, defense up, and then the next roulette you get like, you know, attack down, the enemy is not going to do damage to you. They're just going to do like 1 point of damage, and it's fucking broken. Like, it's hilarious how broken this is. And then you know, stun is just broken. Like, stun is just broken regardless. The reason why I have that agility down piece there is because I just wanted to fill out like an empty spot because I had like some leftover points. So like, yeah, it's just there for like leftovers and everything. But like, yeah, this is like the good, in my opinion, like this is a pretty good like setup for your gel control. And such. This also applies to the remake and finale as well. But this is like more like a this is like a suggestion. It's not like, oh, this is like how you will break the game in half and you should do it all the time. Like, no, this is a suggestion. Like, this is like a good, well balanced like gel control panel. Like, it will help you out in the long run type of scenario. Like, you can modify this anytime, like any way you want and everything, if you ask me. But like, yeah, I think this is like a good balanced one. And everything. But like, yeah, let's go. Get your Alice, Stella. Let's go. True enough, yes. Oh yes, the Iron Mouse raid. I'm kind of glad that I changed my chat settings so that you guys' like emojis and shit will be like a little larger on my screen. So because of that, I'm actually able to see what you guys are like spamming. Wait a minute. Oh yeah, I didn't lock it because I need to get to floor 5. Okay, I thought something like, I thought I did like a prank part. And like, I went like, oh shit, I made this more difficult on me. But I just realized I didn't lock floor 5. So that's why it looks like that. I'm not sure if I said this before, but I love the critical portraits. Like, they are so good. Like, art-wise, amazing. I do understand, like, what some people might think when they see it. They're like, oh, look, fan service and shit. I'm like, bro, it looks cool, though. Like, the fact, the artwork that they use for the critical portraits are actually, like, the artwork that they use for the limited edition, like, box art for Mary Sculptor 2 is absolutely amazing. I love it. And if you're wondering like how I was able to figure that out, was because, okay, so I own like the physical copy of the Switch version, like just the standard version. And I remember like looking at the pose of like Osu, Little Mermaid, and especially their pose in the inner artwork in the box, like for the cover and shit. Like I know like when you open the game box and everything, there's like an additional artwork that's used as like the cover and shit. The one that they use for the limited edition. and I notice their poses, and when I see their critical portraits, I'm like, wait a minute, I know that pose. I'm doing like the Leonardo DiCaprio meme. When I saw that, I was pointing at it. I was like, wait a minute, I recognize that. I recognize that pose. And such is like, it's amazing. I do like it. And such, but like, I'm kind of sad that finale they had to like, you know, censor it, quote unquote. I mean, I do know they used the portraits from the box art and such. That's amazing. Like, I do like the artwork of finale. It's amazing, but like for finale they did censor it, and it applies to all versions. That includes the Japanese, which really sucks a lot. I do know for a fact that these portraits were originally censored in the PC version, but they uncensored it with a day one patch because people didn't like, you know, censorship and such. And there was also a Chinese version of Mary Sculptor 2 for the PS4, which that game was like notorious for breaking, and I'm not kidding with that statement. Like, that game was literally a broken game because they had to censor it a lot. That includes removing the what do you call it? The mini game, which ironically enough was the main reason why the Chinese version doesn't work. Because of them removing the mini game. And as a result, Mary Sculptor 2 was given the reputation as the game that Sony broke so that it can be sold in China. And that's like the funny thing about it. Like, my god.
楽しみだこれでよしよしこれでいいねそれそれはいそれはいみんな戦闘準備調子がいいですそれ来た頑張れ任せて当たれ出番ですねやらせて壊してやる戦闘終了ね
Well, exactly. Oh my god. It's fucking hilarious. Also, I am sad that finale doesn't have the purging minigame anymore, which I'm assuming it was cut early in development, because remember, like, the DLC you get for finale, one of them was like concept art for the purging and such. So I'm assuming that in early development they just decided not to do it anymore, which is like kind of understandable, but a shame at the same time, because like, come on, like, we saw like the new what do you call it, outfits that they wear for the purging, and I'm like, oh man, I would have loved to see it. Don't get me started with the new girls. I'm like, yeah, I want to see the new girls in the purging minigame as well. Yep, and it made me so sad. Exactly, like, I mean, we did have concept art, which is like cool to see. I do like concept art a lot, but at the same time, it's like, man, I wish I had it. Like, it was a thing. I wish it was a natural thing. Wait, why did I press that? Hold on, I wanted to fill this in.
楽しみだなどう育つか楽しみだねそれそれおい
これでどうこれでどう
Same here. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
隙あり全力をぶつけてやる出番だね受けてみろ
行きますよ行くぞ我も出番だね秋の番ですね白雪見ますよ
もう少し待って
よし来た
それそれ
Only the true OG fans will know. Yeah. Also, on a side note, I do like how everything's a lot quicker in this game. Like, you know, selecting where you want to go and the auto walk and such. Like, I do like it a lot compared to the first game where I literally had to sit there for a while just for the game to tell me, like, hey, do you want to go here now? I'm like, no, duh. I want to go there. Like, why do you have to take like like 30 seconds to load? Oh yeah, I do like this detail of like the girls actually having like, you know, dialogue when you end a battle either in like massacre mode or, you know, blood skelter. And also like when you level up in that state, they also say something as well. I like it a lot. That's like one of the cool things about 2 that I like. And everything. Don't get me started when we go to Alice. Like, Alice made me laugh a lot, especially when you end a battle with Alice in Massacre / Genocide mode. Like, that one made me laugh a lot because, like, both, like, here's the thing. The delivery is great. And I think it does match the character. But at the same time, the line itself made me laugh a lot because I'm like, yep, that's Alice, all right. Like, that's definitely Alice.
だるいです。
敵だ。行くよ。でも受けてみろ。
我もいるぞ。行くぞ。
お仕事しますよ。
それ。次は私だよ。手加減できないよ。頑張ります。やるわ。我が相手だ。よし、勝った。
I want to hear in JP, never got to hear it before. Ah, don't worry. You're gonna hear it, and it's gonna be amazing.
終わったか。
And also, I do like how a lot of the lines that the girls say is like the same exact lines from the first game, but it's like a different delivery. Like, they deliver the lines differently, and I do think it's like really good, like, delivery of the same line and such. They did the same thing with Finale. Like, Finale, like, did the same thing, but like, it's also really good too with how it's like being delivered and said and such. Like, don't get me started with Dumbelina because like before I was like, okay, like Dumbelina lines are great and such, but like in Finale, hands down, she's like my favorite one in there because of like how how she sounds when she enters Massacre mode, especially when she starts using her Massacre skills. And don't get me started when it's her turn and such, and like she just delivers like a really like cool voice indicating that yeah, the enemies are gonna be fucked, aren't they? Like, they're gonna die. I bet the VAs had a blast recording their lines. I bet, because I feel like that applies to both the English and the Japanese. I feel like, because I feel like both, like, you know, both VAs of both languages, I think they had a lot of fun with this because if I remember correctly, wasn't there like a famous singer / VTuber that did Pyra's voice for the English dub? If I remember correctly, like, wasn't there like a famous person who did it? And I actually do like her delivery and everything. That's right, okay, good. I thought I was like remembering wrong. I was like, wait a minute. I remember someone, like a famous VTuber / singer, voice acted Pyra in Finale for her English dub. I was like, did I remember that detail correct? And now you confirmed it to me, so yeah, I remembered it well. look, red is in massacre mode. Yay, we can just use any of these. Way better than swipe. Like, come on, game. Why you do her dirty like that? Why you give me swipe? You could have let me have like VY blast or maybe rage rush or hell even a evasion dance. That would have been better than just give me swipe.
お疲れ様でした。レベルアップしたわ。
She was so good as Pi. I wanted to protect her so bad. She baby in that game. Fuck. I love Pyra forever as a daughter. Yeah, Pyra is like Pyra? No, Pyra. Yeah, Pyra is a good like new character. I do like her a lot. I do find it kind of dumb with the reasoning why she has that nickname. Like, I know this is a case of like me being, you know, stickler to the Japanese good old Nihongo and shit, but like I feel like the way how they handle her nickname just made Rapunzel a lot dumber than she is. Like, think about it. Like, Rapunzel is like, I know she's like not the brightest tool in the shed, but like her whole gimmick is that any name that's beyond 2 syllables, she can't pronounce properly. So she has to, like, you know, shorten it to 2 syllables. Pyre is already 2 syllables, so why can't she say Pyre? Instead, she just calls her Pie, which is 1 syllable. Which, I know they're trying to, like, keep it and such. Like, the Japanese made more sense because, like, her name was, like, fucking long. In the Japanese one, let me like pull it up because like, you know, it's a Japanese name and I can't like remember it on the top of my head, and I actually need to read the Ramonji in order for me to pronounce it correctly. Well, I can read a hiragana as well, but like, let me pull it up. Alright, so Pyra's full name in Japanese was Hiraburi Bashira. So Hiraburi Bashira, which, if you want a translation of that, that means death by being. Wait, shoot, I can't pronounce shit right. Why am I having a hard time with this? Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, so a rough translation of Pyra's name, her Japanese name, is burning to death at the pillar. And you know, since it's a long name, like Rapunzel's having a harder time pronouncing it, so she went with the cuter name Shira, which is like, you know, it's a cute name. Shira is like a really cute name. And whatnot. Like, I know Pyre is like the closest thing to an accurate translation of that full name, but at the same time, I'm like, they could have like handled the whole nickname situation better. Like, if I'm be real with you, like they could have handled it a lot better. And whatnot, but like, yeah, I mean, all of the girls had long names. Like, all the new characters in Finale had long names. Oh, and yeah, wow, that's a long name, hot damn. Also, really evil, messed up name for such a baby like her. I mean, it makes sense because of the whole, like, what Pirate is, like, what's her reference and such, and everything. Like, it makes sense why she's named that way and everything. But we all know there's, like, more to it than meets the eye, but that's, like, Finale spoiler shit. I don't want to talk about it yet. I'll get to that when we get to Finale because, like, you know, this is kind of like me playing through all the games. And I don't want to like spoil it for like newcomers that like, you know, happen to join in the middle of it. So I know like me and you are both like, you know, experts and shit, but like I do want to kind of lower it down a little and such. Oh yeah, and the twist of what happens to her. Yeah, like my god. But like, yeah, we'll just keep it down on the low for now until we get to that point. That's where we can like both start geeking out and shit.
新しい場所だね。要警戒ね。あ、ラッキー。
Oh look, it's a green guy. Oh my god. But yeah, oh my god, like Stella, I think you're like the only one here that's like talking and shit, so I kind of like want to ask you something. Hold on, it's like the way how I title my streams, like, you know, the titles that I make and such, I try to like relate it to like the fairy tales and shit, like what Mary Sculptor does in every day. But like, okay, here's the one I was like debating about, like, okay, which one sounds better? And this is for like the last stream, like this is like when we get to the part where, you know, it's the final dungeon and we're getting to like the bad and true ending portion of the game and shit, like that sort of thing, like, you know, the final stream, quote unquote. So like I was debating between two names, and let me type it in because it's kind of long and I don't want to say it out loud. Yeah, I'm debating between those two because I don't know which one fits. see, those are good. Maybe the first one, since it's on the nose. The second one is good, but doesn't pack a good enough punch if I'm going to be honest. Alright, that sounds like good critique. I do think the first one is a lot... sounds like the better one out of the two. And also, it doesn't make sense unless, you know, you learn about the plot twist for the true ending. Like, my reasoning is kind of similar to, like, anime openings. Like, you know, the anime opening is like, oh, let's show all of the spoiler shit, but you don't know it was actual spoilers until you get to that point in the story. Especially when it comes to, like, the songs and such, because I do feel like some anime openings, like the music and such that they use, like, it kind of gives you, like, little foreshadows and such. And I do like those type of openings where they kind of foreshadow it a little bit, but they don't tell you too much to the point where you're like, huh, I wonder what the lyrics are implying and shit. And then you get to that point and then you kind of like look at the opening and the lyrics and you're like, oh my god, they were kind of hinting on it. That's amazing. I know, right? Yeah, exactly. I do like openings like that sometimes. Like, I know a good, like, modern example of that would be JoJo. Like, I feel like the JoJo openings are really great in terms of, like, both visual, music, and also, like, the little, like, Easter eggs in it. I do like it a lot. Like, I think they handled it in a way that it didn't feel like they were spoiling everything. It's like, oh, I recall that scene, and, like, you know, and everything. Like, I didn't, like, you don't notice it until, like, you get to that point. I do like it a lot. Yeah, though, very Scooter 2 opening is full of spoilers, like, everywhere. Okay, like, I do feel like with 2, it did kind of feel like it was spoiling such. But at the same time, like, you know, because of it being purely in Japanese, you don't really know what it's talking about. And such, and like the opening was more about like the creepy factor rather than like, oh hey, we're gonna like try to spoil shit while the creepy stuff is happening. It's more like, nah fam, we're gonna crank up the creepiness. Like, I don't give a shit if you're able to like point things out. Look at that damage, 3,000 from Kagame, and also like crits and charge. Like, I know it's not as strong as Hamlin because like we all know how powerful the fighter class is, but like that's still like good damage. Like, holy shit. I saw the opening in English and it was like, hot damn. Some of the twists was shown as well. Otherwise, great opening. Yeah, I feel like 2's opening is like kind of weird in terms of like, oh, does it like spoil what happens in the events of 2? I would say like yes and no at the same time. Like, there's moments in it where I feel like, oh yeah, that's like a definitely spoiled moment. But like, there's like a majority of the opening was like, oh hey, you like creepy shit? Here you go. Like, I hope you can like appreciate the creepiness.
楽しみだな。よし、元気に育つのだよ。おい、それ、それ、おい、おい、おい。私の来たから見せてあげるよ。
Now you mentioned about like openings and twists. I feel like Mary Sculptor 1 didn't have like a twist in that one. That one was just like, hey, are you ready to hype up? Like, welcome to the world of the jail. I hope you enjoy your stay. And for finale, oh my god, finale is just like, hey, this is the conclusion. Are you ready? Like, we're gonna blast some really great music. And oh my god, don't get me started with like the full song of finale's opening. Like that like the full song of that opening, amazing. I fucking love it. And there's a good reason why I'm like cursing a lot as well. Like the opening for finale, like the full opening, I think is like the best way you should like experience that opening. Like the one in the game was fine. I do think like the game one was like really good, but like the full opening is like a whole different ball game. Like, my god, like the full opening just makes you go like, yeah, this is the grand fucking finale, and they're going out in an absolute bang. And the fact that it like has like small motifs from the previous 2 openings in it, and it feels like it naturally fits into the opening, really does tell you like, yeah, like my god, this is like gonna be like a grand epic conclusion to this like saga. It's amazing. Like when we get there, we will get there. Like I will like absolutely tuck your ear off when it comes to that one. I agree, the full openings of all of the Mary Sculptors are true peak. Yeah, I love the full opening of the first game. I do like the full opening of Mary Sculptors 2 opening, even though like I feel like I need the visuals in order for me to like fully appreciate that one. Finale is just like this top tier, like my god. I kind of find it weird that there's this literal corner that's just filled with spikes. Like, there's not really much of a reason to it. It's just there. I listen to those songs a lot and cry almost every time I listen to them. Stella, we're shaking hands right now. I literally listen to Mary Sculptor music unironically all the time.
です。やらせて。いっけ勝ったぞ。一丁上がり。
Same. Oh, the music slaps hard. Yes, it does. Mary Sculptor music slaps extremely hard. I know there are some people who are not like huge fan of Mary Sculptor. I do understand their reasoning and such, but like, even if they're not like a huge fan of it, they all like we all agree that yeah, the music of the franchise slaps extremely hard.
ビラビラ
いきます。任せて。みんな逃げよう。
発動しますよ。発動しますよ。
どんどん徹底してください。
Damn, Mary Sculptor music is high up there with Trails, Fate slash Tight Moon, Disgaea? Is that what you wrote in that one? Disgaea and Persona. Yeah, oh my god. Like those like franchises have some really good music as well. Like, but Mary Sculptor is also very high up there too. I feel like it's like, what do you call it? Like it's so like high quality that it's kind of a shame that not everyone like give it a chance to listen to.
出番だね。覚悟はいいな。それ。よし来た。出番だね。
急におかんが。行くよ。あらあら扉が。行きます。行きます。
欲しいアイテムを徹底してください。
やりましたよ。
僕の力よ。
Wait, Disgaea. Oh, you're talking. Oh, I know what you're talking about now. The VN series. All right, I know what you're talking about now. Okay, I have a guilty confession. I'm only aware of it through the anime. And not only that, but the only thing I remember from it was like incest undertones. And I remember like reading the R18 doujins as well. Like I never got the chance to play them, but I do find I did hear a lot that they're pretty great and such. So like maybe one day I'll like, you know, find a good sell for it and I'll just like, you know, buy it and like play it in my spare time. Well, you never see the VN. You need to play them someday, buddy. Yeah, I know. Like, there's a lot of things in my backlog that I kind of want to like push, like, you know, finish and everything. But like, yeah, that's like my only exposure to it. Like, just incest undertones in the R18 and the anime. Like, that's all I remember from it. I was like, yeah, it was that series, right? I know that's like not a. Like, that's not like what it actually is, but those are like the parts that I just remember. I remember the most weirdest things. Like, most people will be like, oh, I remember this like emotional scene and like how it develops the character's relationship and such. I'm like, I remember the incest. Like, I remember that weird part. Alright, Stella, are you ready? We're gonna fight the nightmare. Let's hope we can see Alice at the end of this. Stella, we didn't even do much. I just flipped it on his back and Hamlin just like went unga bunga on it and we already broke both parts easily. But he literally didn't stand a chance. Like, Hamlin's like, sorry, Kaguya was like, flip it, and then Hamlin's like, charge, and then caveman. Then that damage, yes, the benefits of Kagame, like, it really does make everything fun. I like Kagame is fantastic. I love that mechanic.
さあ観念なさい。
とてもいいわ。出番ね。終わりにしましょう。この感じはイレステぶっつれ助けてやる。ちょっと大丈夫？体が熱くなって。行くわよ。見せてあげるよ。
Look at that, Jack finished it. Thankfully, the nightmare dies here, or else things could get so ugly for it once Alice shows up. Yep. But look at that, Stella. Jack killed it. Jack killed a nightmare. Even though he used an item, but still, he killed it. Also, before we continue with the story and such, I do like the redesign of the city streets nightmare. I do like it a lot. It's like a good redesign. I do feel like it's a little too obvious with what it's trying to represent. It's really obvious by the big heart and such, and the crowns and shit. It's supposed to represent the Queen of Hearts from Alice in Wonderland, but I do like some of the changes that they do. They made the arms a bunch of blades, which I'm assuming that's what the Queen's gonna use to decapitate everyone. With her famous line off with their heads and such. But overall, not bad redesign. It's actually pretty good. I do like it a lot. I like it as much as the first game because I do think both of them are equally great. And that will be all. So let's continue on with the story and let me see what you wrote down real quick. Same, I love it. The music slaps so hard. Yes. The boss theme for Mary Sculptor 2, it's called One More Red Nightmare. Really good. It's a good battle theme for a sequel. It's really good for boss battles and shit and whatnot. Mary Sculptor's 2 music is great overall. The remixes are fantastic. The new music, the actual new music, not the remixes. The new music, wonderful. It's great, and everything. Everything great. Overall great. I can't say much more than this. Me repeatedly saying the word great. But yeah, let's continue on. But yeah, good job, Jack. You killed the nightmare.
これで終わりだ。
これでようやく倒したね。
最初の雪辱をようやく果たしたってところだね。暁、大丈夫か？私は大丈夫。以前は逃げるしかなかった。ナイトメア、本当に倒せるんだね。これならお父さんたちの敵を取れる。暁。
さて、監獄島は伸びたか？ここからだとちょっと近すぎてよくわかりませんね。
行ってみればわかるんじゃない？どうせ今から向かうんだし。
それもそうですね。
ついに
足を踏み入れるんですのね。
どうしたシンデレラ、浮かない顔をしようって。
Come on, Alice, come on. Yes, come on, Alice, where are you? Who cares about the stupid tower? Where is Alice? Come on, come on, we know one person who cares about the tower. It's Jack. Like, he's the one that cares about the tower other than Alice.
それにこっちにはこれだけ景色少女が揃っているんだ。
大丈夫。僕も頑張る。ラプンツェルもネムネム一緒に頑張ろうね。その息だ。
いいね。みんな気合い入ってきたんじゃない？
白雪も監獄島に入る前から気持ちで負けないように頑張ります。
よし、じゃあみんな先に進もう。ここを越えたら監獄島の入り口だね。この先が奴らメルヘンやナイトメアの本拠地ってことだよね。
Better not cheat on her for that tower. Not without Alice. Yes, where's Alice? Also, I do find it weird how they refer to the tower as like where the Nightmares and the Mayhem's home base is, even though like that's like it is true when you like read the prequel novel of the first game and everything, but at the same time I'm like, a majority of the time we don't see like Mayhem and like Nightmares coming out of the tower. Like they kind of stay in there. Like in the events of the game. In the prequel novel, yeah, they definitely like explore outside of the tower, but like during the events of the game, they don't. Like they just kind of stay in their own like places and such.
大丈夫だよ、ジャック。心配いらないからね。
アリスという人が生きているなら、おそらくブラッドスケルター化してるはず。
そしてその状態なら、いろいろなエリアを動き回ってる可能性もある。これまで見つかってないのは、偶然鉢合わせてないだけだと思うよ。
Right, finally someone says it. Yeah, exactly. I mean, during this chapter, they did talk about Alice a lot. They're like, oh, Alice is like the last one left. Like, let's hope we can find her and shit. And like, you know, while we're looking for the entrance towards the tower. And I guess they decided to bring it up now.
ハーメルンの言う通り、拠点の人たちを連れて行くルートの確保も必要だしね。アリスだってもちろんちゃんと捜索する。だから心配しなくても大丈夫だよ、姫。
ありがとう、おつーちゃん。
でも実際、アリスはどこにいるんだろう。意外と近くにいたりするかもしれないね。とにかく、絶対にアリスを見つけるよ。
私はここよ。
今の声、どこから？
シャック、おい、どうしたんだ？落ち着け。一体なんでそんなに焦ってるんだ？
声が聞こえたわ。
Look, it's Alice. She's back. Well, okay, she's not back in the party yet. The game didn't tell us like, hey, congratulations, you have Alice, and here's her skills and shit. But like in the story, yeah, look, it's her. And whatnot. I do like how, despite the fact that this is like a good reunion and such, you can tell that there's something a little off about Alice, but you wouldn't really notice it until later on. And I'm not gonna say anything because you know that's like spoiler shit. So like for now, like, yeah, yay! Look, Stella, it's what your waifu. Alice is back. And let me double check if I skipped dialogue. Yeah, I did. I accidentally skipped the dialogue. All right, let's go. do this.
声が聞こえたわ。そう、あれはジャックの声だった。ジャックはどこ？あなたはまさか本当にあなたたち
アリス。
Hey, it's chapter 10. No more flashbacks, apparently. Like, remember how at the start of each chapter we get, like, a weird flashback? So far, we haven't seen that in this chapter. It's not there anymore. I think there's only, what's it? Chapter 10, Chapter 11, and Final Chapter. So, we technically only have 2 chapters left since we're currently in Chapter 10 now. So, yeah, we're about to, like, you know, approach the final parts of Mary Sculptor 2 and such. Also, there's no post-game dungeon, and there's a good reason for that, but I'm not gonna explain the you know, the reasoning for it. I'm gonna save that for a later time. Oh, who cares about that right now? Ellis is here. Hell yeah, but waifu is back. I think she's like, yeah, she's the last party member. Yeah, she is the last party member. She's like the last one. And such. Don't worry, Stella. I'm gonna make her good. I was debating between guns or destroyer, but I'm gonna go with destroyer because that's how I use Alice in my first playthrough of Mary Sculptor 2. I'm just gonna keep it like that. Who knows? Maybe I'll like change it in the last second and just make her use guns. But like, yeah. Let us continue. Press.
もうこんな時間か。そろそろ起きないとな。今日は変な夢を見なかったな。珍しいこともあるもんだ。
Hey Stella, now you mentioned that, I kind of want to experiment how much damage a person who has access to charge
ついに探してた
and Wind Edge does
全員
when they use guns. Because the only person that can use guns that have those, like, you know, skills that I just mentioned that's in the fighter class line is Alice and Cinderella. So I'm gonna test out Cinderella to see how much damage she does if I give her a gun
やっと会えたな
and such. If her damage is really great, like is as par as a destroyer class, then I'll just make Alice switch between the 2 classes when I do like all string grinding and shit. Or just like, you know, for funsies.
俺たちの声に覚えはねえか
もしかしてそうだよ、牢屋の中でのお隣さんだよ。
あの時はありがとなお前たちのおかげでこっちも生きる気力を失わずにやれた
それならよかったわ。
そうか。守たちはアリスと知り合いだったか。
顔は知らずとも友情は育んだぜ
素敵な再会ですね。そういえばジャックはそれはお通さんたちや守る
Went back to his wife and slept in her room. Yeah, he did. He's faithful.
アリス、どうか心を落ち着けて聞いてほしいんだけど。
じゃあこのナイトメアがジャックだっていうの？
そう
何になってしまって。痛かったでしょ。苦しかったでしょ。あなたを守れなくてごめんなさい。ジャック。ジャック。ジャックさん、アリスさんにちゃんと答えてる。ジャック、私を抱きしめてくれるの？
どんな姿になったってお前がアリスを忘れるわけねえよな。私こういうの弱いのよ。
よかったねアリス。ジャックジャックってば男らしいじゃない。よかったねジャック。アリスもよかった。
ジャック。
Yeah, Jack he's a good boy. Let's be real, he's a good boy regardless of if he's human. Well, Blood Youth and Nightmare. He's a good boy regardless.
そうかジャック、君はそこまでアリスを。
私ってばみんなの前で。
あら、そのまま抱擁なさってて構いませんよ。
そうだよ、やっと再会できたんだ。人目なんて気にせずキスでも何でもすればいいんだ
Yes,
って。
Kade, be the voice of the people.
楓、君はもう少しデリカシーというものだな。
うっさいね。好きにさせてあげなよって言ってんの。
そっちで喧嘩しないでくれよ。
ジャック、ありがとう。ちょっとだけ腕ほどいてもらっていい？
それでアリス、君は今までどうやって生き延びてきたんだ？
最後はブラッドスケルター化してたのに、どうやってそれが解けたんですか？
ブラッドスケルター化が解けた？それは私もぜひ話を聞きたいわね。
わからない。お通さんたちとはぐれた後のことは記憶が全くなくて。
それは仕方ないよ。アリスはそういう状態だったからね。
次に気づいた時には全然知らない場所にいたの。突然目が覚めて知らない景色だし、何が何だかわけがわからなかった。それでも戻らなければって思って慎重に進みながらどうにか出口にたどり着いたわ。それで外に出て振り返ってみて、その時にようやく気づいたの。私がいたところは監獄島だったんだって。
監獄島の中にいたんですか？メルヘンとかはいなかったんですか？
出くわしたけどうまく隠れたりしてなんとか。
なるほど、頑張ってどうにか逃げてきたんだね。
まだそうだと決めつけるには早い気もするけれど。
それで監獄島を出た後に道がわからなくてさまよっていたらお通さんたちに出会ったの。
そうだったのか。
どうしてブラッドスケルター化が解けたのかが気になるところだけど、どうやら答えは持ち合わせていないみたいね。
ねえ、私の記憶がなくなった後一体何があったの？
それはジャックがナイトメアに攻撃されて、アリスは怒りでブラッドスケルター化してしまったんだ。
ブラッドスケルター化？さっきも出た言葉だけど、それは
景色少女にはブラッドスケルター
Wait, she was inside the nightmare house? Hot damn, is she good? She must be powerful going from level 3 to level 80.
それで
Don't
ナイトメア
they
に
scale
アリスと僕
the
たちが
party members based on who's the highest level in the party? And I think everyone's like level 40, like no, 64 question mark, or was it 65? So Alice is gonna be around that level, which is still good. That means she has a lot of skill points that can like, you know, start investing in shit.
私はなんてことを。お通さん、人魚姫さん、赤ずきんさん、本当にごめんなさい。私は取り返
Alice,
し
it's
の
not your
つかない
fault.
ことを。
They don't know what blood sculpture is.
アリス、
Even though we
僕た
know
ちは
it.
無事に生き延びられ
The
たんだ。
people in 2 don't know it.
君が無事でよかったよ。
アリスさん、怪我とかは大丈夫？ こうして無事に再会できたんだから、細かいことは気にしない。お通たちが探してた仲間は貴様で最後だ。無事に集まれてよかったな。勇者の一行がどうとか言わないのね。忘れてたわ。
でも今は言わなくていいわよ。
ダメなのか。
メル言っちゃダメ。
とまあこんな感じで賑やかなメンバーになったもんでね。改めてよろしく頼むよアリス。喜んで。さてじゃあもう一度監獄島に向かおうかと思うんだけど。
もしかして監獄島に行こうとしていたの？それなら元街道沿いエリアからは入れないわ。
そうなのか。
あっちは結局行き止まりだったから。
となると元墓所エリアの方から入るしかないみたいだな。
結局まともな入り口は一つということなのね。
まあちゃんと入り口が残されてるならこの際どこだって構わないよ。アリス、僕らは元墓所エリアから監獄島へ向かうけど、君はどうしたい？ちなみにジャックはいつも僕たちと一緒に行動してるよ。
ジャックのためにも私行きたいわ。どうか一緒に探索に連れてって。
そう言ってくれると嬉しいよ。じゃあよろしくねアリス。
こちらこそ。
じゃあみんな今日は一旦解散しよう。
オツ、ちょっといいか。この後二人で話したいことがあるんだ。
よし、着替え完了っと。みんなも揃ったし探索だって随分進んだ。それに
Everyone's here, hooray.
だんだんと脱獄も現実的になってきたな。
Look, Alice has a new power because, you know, they made Jack have rabbit hole and such. So in 2, they decided to give Alice a brand new skill called rabbit jump, and this is so fun to use. And like the description is simple, right? It's like, okay, you can use it to jump across 5 squares. Like, what's so fun about that? It's fun to spam. I love spamming it. It's as great as the Mary gun, like the Mary reversal. Like, I love it. I love like these type of like map mechanics that let you jump like a certain amount of steps. I like it a lot. Kind of sad that we don't have any of that in Mary's Skill Tour finale. Like, it's kind of a shame, but at the same time, it makes sense given how finale handles the gameplay and the map design. But like, still, God, I really miss it. Like, my God, but like, yeah. Look, we have Alice again. New map skill. That means I can start unlocking her jobs and like, you know, start social. You know, what do you call it? Building her. Oh look, she's wearing blue and white. I know, like, that's the Dawn uniform because they changed the design according to the prequel novel. Like, the reason why it has a different color and everything was because of like an event in the prequel novel and such. But like, yeah, it's nice. I do like the light color. It does like reflect, I guess the differences between 1 and 2. Like, 1 is like, you know, they use dark colors. It's based on nighttime. 2 is like daylight. You know, they use a lot more lighter colors. Wrong button. Why do I skip ahead? Oh, look at that. Alice in her Death and Attire 2 class. She's just Sheena. I mean, I think Yeah, Alice came first, and then Sheena came. Like, you can't deny to me the fact that they look the same. They literally look the same. Like, you just have to change like certain details and then boom, Sheena. And whatnot. Wait, Sheena wears glasses, right? Like the real life her, not the video game one. The real life Sheena, she wears glasses, am I correct? I think she did. Yeah, she did. The real life Sheena has glasses. I kind of wish they give Atlas glasses, to be honest. Like, I am curious about what she looks like in glasses, but we don't have any, so... well. And then we get to the swimsuit. Oh, look at that. This is honestly a really good swimsuit. I do like the design of it. The fact that it's like, you know, based on cards from Alice in Wonderland, and they use a lot of like black and white and such. Overall, good design. I do like how it looks and everything. But yeah, I'm gonna debate between... Let me compare the two real quick. Okay, they're practically the same. Almost the same. Slightly less HP, but more SP and more defenses. And more luck. Or just like Unga Bunga. Well, I mean, I can easily fix most of this class's problems with like blood farm equipment and also guns. Guns break everything in half. Like... Yeah, you know what? I'll debate about it. I'll do some experimentation to see which one is like better in the long run. But for now, Destroyer. Oh yeah, I forgot skill slots. Hold on. Let me go down. I honestly hate how all the girls start with like low skill slots. Like, I understand the reason why, but like they could have like rounded up so that it'd be like double digits or something rather than like, you know, single digit. So like, yeah, let's see, everyone's at 22, so let's just get Alice to 22. See, Alice's swimsuit is the best gift to me. I love it. I do like the look of her swimsuit. It's a really good design. Oh yeah, I remember. Before, like, we, you know, Alice left the party and shit. I already maxed out air blessing for her. So, good on you. Good on past me. That saves a lot of trouble.
ずっとこのまま？
Her agility's too low. I could fix that with like this. Okay, it's not that bad of a debuff. Yeah, it's not that bad actually when I think about it. You know what? I can fix this. I can actually easily fix this. Hold on. Let me like check something real fast. I don't mind removing her defense because like who gives a shit about defense in this game? This one is not bad. Removes some agility, but it's not bad. This one too. Hold on. I'm double checking something. This one's not that bad. Actually, that's the same. What about this one? Not bad. Oh yeah, on a side note, I do like how Destroyer has access to Fist, which is wonderful if you ask me, because like I felt like in the first game, Destroyer has such a limited like, you know, weapon lineup that a majority of that weapon lineup just took away so much agility, which to me is very important in Mary Skelter, that any weapon that takes away your agility is just useless to me. Like, agility is so busted in all the Mary Skelter games. So, like, the fact that they actually made Alice have I mean the Destroyer class, not Alice. They made the Destroyer class have access to more, of, like, more agility, like, high agility weapons is, like, wonderful if you ask me. Because that really did, like, save that class from, like, you know, suffering from, like, low agility penalties and shit. Like, yeah, overall, not bad. I like it. I do want to like grind for like better equipment for Alice, but for what I have right now, this is all I can do. I think this is fine. Like, this is honestly like a good setup. I need to go compare stats with everyone else first, and then I'll just like, you know, decide. Which one? Yeah, oh no. Yeah, fuck. Oh no. Wait. Yeah, fuck. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to give her better equipment later. Like when I find it. Wait a minute. We have to go to the graveyard. And if I remember correctly, the graveyard has some really good agility equipment in there, and also offense equipment. I'll do that. This is a relaxing stream where I'm just gonna grind. So yeah, let's do that. Let's actually do that. That's a good idea. Oh hey, Alice. And Red. Wait a minute, why is Mermaid there? I don't mind it too much. Okay, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna do Alice, and then we're gonna max out her affection to see if there's gonna give us like additional stuff. So we Alice will start out with some good genocide skills, and then we're gonna do Red's room, and then the rest of the affection events. So yeah, sounds like a good plan. Sounds good. Yeah, I'll do that. Alice.
この時間ならアリスいるよな。姫、どうしたんだ？
ジャックさんがあの姿になった時のことちゃんと話さなきゃって思うと少し緊張しちゃって。
アリスにとってはショックな話だろうね。それでも彼女には聞く権利がある。そして僕らには伝える義務がある。大丈夫。ちゃんと話せば分かってくれる。あの時姫は精一杯のことをしたんだ。僕が保証するよ。
ありがとう、おつーちゃん。少し勇気が出てきたよ。
それはよかった。じゃあ行こうか。アリス、2だけどちょっと入ってもいいかな。
どうぞ。
それじゃあ失礼するよ。
いらっしゃい、おつーさん。それに人魚姫さんも。こんにちは、アリスさん。ジャックさんもいたんですね。
ああ、こんにちは、ジャック。それにしてもアリス、だいぶ荷物も整理がついたみたいだね。
ええ、ようやく落ち着いてきたところ。
それでここで暮らすにあたって何か不自由はないか？足りないものとか。
Likes going to Red Room a lot. Aw, Little Mermaid feels so bad what happened to Jack and should tell the wife what happened. Yeah.
足りないものはないわ。設備
That's cute.
十分すぎるから。
Honestly, I feel like yeah, that sounds like something Mermaid would do.
じゃあ何か問題とかトラブルもないか？もしも来たばかりでわがまま言えないとか遠慮してるなら。
本当にないの。私とジャックが生きてる。それだけで十分なの。ありがとう、ジャック。こうしてジャックが私の名前を呼んでくれる。それだけで満足なの。でももしかしたらジャックさんはこんな姿にならなくて済んだかもしれないんです。
どういうこと？
ジャックさんは崖から落ちた私を守るために瀕死になって、それでナイトメアになってしまったんです。本当にごめんなさい。
そうだったのね。助けられなくてごめん。
どうして二人が謝るのよ。だって私を助けたばっかりにジャックさんはこんな姿になって、私が下になっていれば。頭を上げて。もう泣かないで。
アリス。
人魚姫さんのこともおつーさんのことも私本当に恨んでなんかないわ。むしろ
こうしてまたジャックと再会させてくれてありがとうって思ってるの。それにジャックなら確かに人魚姫さんを守ったと思うから、むしろ誇らしいくらい。
アリス。
だからね、そんなに気負わないでほしいの。ジャックは今こうして私の隣にいる。それで十分なの。頭撫でてくれるの嬉しい。
ジャック、お前僕に負けないくらい王子様してるじゃないか。ちょっと焼けるぞ。
ジャック、嬉しいけどそのくらいにして。少し恥ずかしくなってきたわ。とにかく私はもう誰かを責めるつもりはないから。だからこれ以上は謝ったりしないで。
ごめんなさい。今のはなしで。
ええ、何も聞こえてないわ。
グレーテルはどこに行ったんだ？
Hey yo, why is there another event in Alice's room? I was hoping to do her affection, but like, okay, this is fine, I guess.
これからのことについていろいろと話し合いたかった。
See, what else do you said? See, this is one of the reasons why I like Alice. She doesn't hold anything against you nor hates you. She's just happy to be there with everyone, and most of all, Jack. Then Jack is such a badass, holding his Alice and acting like her knight. Yeah, Jack is a good boy.
アリス、入るぞ。
あら、ツー。返事も待たずに入ってくるのね。
お通さんならノックさえしてくれれば構わないわ。
だそうだ。
随分と打ち解けたのね。それで私に何の用？
すごい自信だな。アリスに用かもしれないだろう。まあグレーテルになんだけどさ。
緊急ならツーの用事を先に聞くけど。
いや大丈夫。先にそっちの用を済ましてくれ。邪魔なら出直すよ。
邪魔ではないわよ。私はただアリスに監獄島について尋ねていただけだから。
それなら僕も聞いておきたいな。いいかな、アリス。
ええ、私は構わないけど。
じゃあ改めてアリスが気を失う前からお願いするわ。
気を失う前、お通さんたちと一緒に逃げている時、私最後にブラッドスケルター化したわけだけど、そこからの記憶は全くなくて、気づいたら監獄島にいたわ。それで目覚めた後は迷いながらも出口を目指したわ。時にメルヘンと戦い、時に逃げてね。
あなた、それでよく大きな怪我もなく監獄島から脱出できたわね。
ええ、だって外に出るまでほとんど出くわさなかったから。
ほとんど出くわさなかった。
時にメルヘンと戦いなんて言ったけど、実際はほぼ戦っていないのよ。だって私が向かおうとする方向からナイトメアか何かの声がして、恐る恐るそっちに向かえばメルヘンはほとんど死んでるし、ギミックは全部破壊されていたのよ。
その後を通ってアリスは脱出してきたのか？
ええ、そうよ。何の偶然か知らないけど、この木を逃す手はないと思ったの。
なるほどね。偶然にもナイトメアか別の何かが道を開いてくれたのね。
もしかしてジャックやヘンゼルのような味方になってくれるナイトメアだった？
さあ、どうかしらね。
まあ何にせよ運が良かったよね。他 他に何か隠し通路とかはなかった？
そういったものは私は見つけていないわ。
堂々と真正面から出てきたということね。
アリス、また監獄島について何か思い出したら教えてくれないか？
ええ、構わないわ。
それじゃ私はここで失礼するわ。
あ、グレーテル、待ってくれ。僕の方の用事も。
悪いけどちょっと監獄島について考えたいことができたの。だからつい悪いけどまた後でね。
くつろいでいってね。
Alright. Looks like Alice is getting along with Gretel. I mean, they always got along in the first game. Like, even Gretel is like, hey, out of all the girls, Alice is the one that'll probably get along the most. Because we're both similar personality-wise. And how we see the world.
これもいいわね。どうぞ。私からのお礼よ。早速模様替えよ。これもいいわね。お返しよ。受け取って。早速模様替えよ。これもいいわね。お礼にこれをあげるわ。早速模様替えよ。これもいいわね。お返しよ。受け取って。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。どうぞ。私からのお礼よ。
If you ask me, I feel like out of all the furniture sets, I think the monotone one is like the one that fits her the most, let's be real, like giving her personality and everything. And it doesn't help the fact that in the first game, that's literally like what her favorite furniture set is, like the monotone ones and whatnot. So I feel like that like set in particular was literally designed for Alice. Like it was literally like, oh hey, like she happens to like this one and this one happens to fit her the most. It even matches with her chest set in the back. And look at that, it literally fits. Like the bed fits the chest set up there.
早速模様替えよ。
Yeah, Greta wants to be BFS with Alice, which is a little crazy to think about. I mean, like,
お礼にこれをあげるわ。
knowing Gretel, yeah, that is crazy. But at the same time, like, after hearing Gretel's reasoning, I'm like, that
これもいいわね。
checks out. Like, that literally checks out.
今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。どうぞ。私からのお礼よ。早速模様替えよ。いい気分転換になったわ。私もこれをあなたに。早速模様替えよ。いい気分転換になったわ。私もこれをあなたに。早速模様替えよ。いい気分転換になったわ。どうぞ。私からのお礼よ。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。私からもプレゼントよ。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。どうぞ。私からのお礼よ。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。私からもプレゼントよ。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。私もこれをあなたに。今から試してみようかしら。これもいいわね。お礼にこれをあげるわ。今から試してみようかしら。これもいいわね。
れもいいわね。お礼にこれをあげるわ。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。お返しよ。受け取って。今から試してみようかしら。これもいいわね。私もこれをあなたに。今から試してみようかしら。いい気分転換になったわ。お礼にこれをあげるわ。
Alright, I think that's like max. Like she's max. Let me check. Yeah, she
あな
is.
たと仲間になれてよかった。あなたと仲間になれてよかった。本当はすごく感謝してるんだよ。本当はいい仲間がいて私幸せだな。これからも仲良くしていきたいわ。
Yep. Every girl is maxed. Let's go. Okay, how am I gonna do this? Let's do red next, and then we're gonna continue Alice's. And while that's happening, I do need to use the restroom, so I'll be back.
お願いしてもいい？人魚は甘えん坊だな。いいよ、おいで。赤スキン、ちょっといいかい？おつうか？入っていいぞ。今ここから姫の声が。見ての通り取り込み中だよ。あれ、おつう？おつーちゃんが血を吐いた。あっちゃ、おつーには刺激が強すぎたかな。
まだだよ。このくらいのことじゃ僕は負けない。
お、立ち直った。
何か理由があるはずだ。姫、どうして赤ずきんと抱き合ってるんですか？
実は昔からよくしてもらってたの。おつーちゃん？さすがにかわいそうになってきた。どうしよう。おつーちゃんが。たく話が進まないでしょ。ほら、深呼吸。落ち着いた？もう大丈夫。さっき言った。そんじゃ次はこっちだ。おーい、生き返れ。別におつーが想像してるようなことじゃないからさ。本当だって。人魚もちゃんと説明しなきゃダメでしょ。
っていうか、いつまで抱き合ってるの？それでなんで抱き合ってたの？
小さい頃からさっきみたくお姉ちゃんに甘えてたの。
Well, that greatly made Alice happy, giving her stuff she likes. Indeed, Gretel is a good friend. I do remember Alice and Red become closer friends in both games. Both are so good. One has her open up with Little Mermaid. She never told everyone else. In this game, they had some technical Z level training. Yeah, they did for 2. Like, we haven't unlocked that yet, but like, until we get to that portrait, I'm like, yeah, let's go. Also, stop it. Get some help. Yeah. Well, even Red is like, girl, stop. This is getting weird now. Yeah, Osu is like, oh my god, another girl with my wife? Oh no. Even though I'm like, it's Red. Like, the Onei-san, like, why would she try to steal Little Mermaid?
覚えたろよ。これは貸しだからな。
スの秘密って
話してもいいけど、
お姉ちゃんお願いします。
私が知ってる人魚の秘密もおつーに話してもいいのよね。
You two are very act like Little Mermaid will leave your ass and have faith in her. I mean, Little Mermaid kind of did the same thing to Osu during some events, but that was more like teasing and such. I feel like for Osu's case, she's like actually concerned. And whatnot. Exactly, Red is the Onesan type. Yep, she is. Like... Also, it doesn't help the fact that, you know, Little Mermaid literally sees Red as her older sister. Like, she literally sees her as her older sister. So it'd be kind of awkward if, you know, Red steals her and such. Like, it has a little bit of a weird undertone in it. And yes, I do know there are some people that are into that, especially with Fire Emblem Fates. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, it's kind of weird in this context. So yeah, Alice events, let's go.
アリス、少しいいかい？
I do like how, despite the fact you don't get a lot of screen time with Alice, she does get a lot of good memorable events. And I do like it a lot. So yeah, continue on.
変だな。中から声はするのに。アリス、聞こえてないのかい？仕方ないか。悪いけど入るよ。アリス、楓から君の分の新しい下着もらったから届けに。このカップもダメ。こっちもダメだわ。何をやってるんだい？やあジャック、元気かい？声をかけても返事がないから悪いけど勝手に入らせてもらったよ。それでアリスは何をしてるんだ？カップを見てる？見たまんまだね。残りの2つはやっぱりダメね。
I know Little Mermaid was a little baby, so her seeing Red as an older sister is great. I mean, like, it makes sense why she would see it. It's also cute as well. Don't tell me Alice and Jack are, they're planning on doing something, alright? Something's brewing.
そうだったの。ダサい、気づかなくて。恥ずかしい。
それでカップばかり集めてどうしたんだ？
これは景色リビドーのせいなの。多分。
ああ、景色少女の基礎知識、いつきにちゃんと習ったんだね。
ええ、前から不
Oh,
思議に思
good
って
minute there. I thought, well, this game would be a rated M game. I mean, it's already a rated M game. Might as well, like, push the limit, right?
私が景色少女だからで、そしてそれは当たり前のことなんだって。
そうだね。景色リビドーは僕たち景色少女にとって決して変なことではないよ。
それでね、私の景色リビドーなのだけど、どうやらお茶会を開きたいっていう衝動らしくて。
それでカップを。
そうなの。カップのセットを見つけたからつい拾ってきてしまって。ああ、もう変なもの拾い集める人だって思われちゃう。
大丈夫だよ、アリス。僕たちはみんな景色リビドーを持っている。誰も笑いやしないさ。
そうかもしれないけど。
大丈夫。笑うやつなんて僕たちの中には誰もいないさ。 茶会には興味ある。よかったらいつか同席させてくれないか？
それは嬉しいのだけど、でもこのカップのセット全部壊れてて使い物にならないよ。
ああ、ほんとだ。こっちはひびが入ってるし、こっちは持ち手が取れちゃってるな。せっかく見つけたのに残念だね。
でもね、私諦めないわ。いつかまたどこかでカップのセットを見つけてちゃんと揃えるんだから。だっていつかジャックと一緒にお茶会したいもの。
応援するよ。だって好きな人のために頑張るってとっても素敵なことだと思うんだ。
もしかしておつーさん、今の私の独り言聞こえてたの？
うん、バッチリ。
恥ずかしいわ。はい、どうぞ。
Oh my god, of course, so cute. She's worried if everyone's gonna make fun of her. Now you're good. Alice, be proud. Yeah, it is kind of interesting that she has like, she's a little insecure about her hobbies in this game compared to the first game. Like in the first game, it's all about like Jack and Alice just trying to get used to the dawn, and like the two are just like, you know, acting as childhood friends would. And everything, like it's an interesting thing, but I do find it like interesting that in Mary Skelter 2 they decided to make her blood libido essentially all about tea parties and such, because like if you remember in the first game, her blood libido was essentially like she desires logic in the world, like anything that's like nonsensical, like you can't give her a nonsensical answer or something that does, or an answer that's like illogical. Like to her everything needs logic, every single thing needs logic in it. There's no such thing as a, you know, what do you call it, illogical answer and such. But like, yeah, that's like the interesting thing about Alice's blood libido. Like in the first game, it's a reference to like how in the fairy tale of Alice in Wonderland, Alice is like, while she's like having fun in Wonderland and everything, she kind of gets annoyed with the citizens of it. They're like, why they don't talk sense? Like none of this makes sense. There needs to be like some logic in it and such. Like that's how you would describe what Alice was like in the fairy tale. I know that sounds weird given how Alice in the fairy tale is, you know, portrayed as a young kid, and most kids will be like, oh, who cares about logic? Like I just want to have fun in this wacky Wonderland and shit. But Alice is different. She's like, wait, this really does not make sense. There needs to be a logic in it. And because of that, a lot of her interactions with the citizens mostly boils down to like she gets along with them, but every time they act illogical, she just can't really stand it. She's like, okay, I need to like, you know, point out like how wrong their statements are and such and everything, because there needs to be some kind of logic, especially with the whole like Queen of Hearts like situation where she thinks that the entire court is just an elephant room. Like it's a kangaroo court, I mean. Like it literally makes no sense of how they handle sentences and such and everything. Like I feel like because of her blood libido being like that in the first game, no one really like, you know, pick it up like, oh, that's like a reference to it and such. So they kind of change it to tea parties because, you know, that stands out a lot more and such. I do like both blood libidos, and I do feel like in the first game Alice did have interest in tea parties, but it's not as much compared to like 2. She's definitely like gaga for tea parties from like what we from that like, you know, event and such. But like, yeah, I don't know, like it's really debatable. I feel like Alice is a case where she has 2 blood libidos. Like I'm in that camp. I'm like, yeah, she technically has 2 when you think about it and everything. But like, yeah, that's all I have to say. Like that's like one interesting difference between like Mary Skelter 1 Alice and Mary Skelter 2 Alice. But yeah, let's continue on.
ちょっとお邪魔するね、アリスさん。
お疲れ様、アリス。今日もいろいろ大変だったろう？
いいえ、テ
定期検査も訓練も生き抜くために必要なことだもの。全然大変なんかじゃないわ。アリスはすごいね。僕だったらもうヘトヘトだよ。今いる景色少女の中で私が一番新参者だから遅れてる分頑張らないと。
じゃあ頑張ってるアリスさんに私からプレゼントを。
プレゼント。
じゃ
これはカップ。僕が姫に話したんだ。そしたら姫が何か力になりたいって。
ーん、この前独房エリアに調査に行った時にね、ちょうど見つけたの。少し壊れてるけどまだ使えるよ。
私にくれるの？
もちろん。でもその拾ってきたものだし、少し壊れてるから逆に迷惑だったら申し訳ないんだけど。
そんなことないわ。とっても嬉しい。ありがとう人魚姫さん。
どういたしまして。喜んでくれてよかったな。
こんなに嬉しいプレゼントは久しぶりだわ。前は何をもらって嬉しかったんだ？それはこれよ。
いつもつけてる髪飾り。そうか、とても大事な贈り物だったんだね。
それをプレゼントしたのって、もしかして。ええ、ずっと昔にジャックにもらったの。ありがとうジャック。
アリスさんの一番大事な宝物だね。
ええ、これだけは絶対になくしたくないし、いつもつけていたいの。
わかるよ。髪飾りに添えるアリスさんの手、とても優しいもの。
昔私人間の集落にいたんだけど、ある時から迫害されるようになっちゃったの。瞳の色がおかしいって言われて。今ならそれが景色少女だからってわかる。でもその時の自分は何も知らなかった。そして大人は誰も守ってくれなかった。
アリスさん。
いじめられたり避けられたり、私はだんだんと心を閉ざしていったわ。もちろんまともに接してくれる人も中にはいたわ。でもそれはあくまで自分に飛び火しない程度の接し方だったの。
Okay, that was cute and so thoughtful. Oh, this is from the light novel, the prequel novel.
開くつもりはなかった。
She's pretty much going into more detail about her backstory and such, which kind of remained unchanged from the first game, which I do like how they kept this detail like the same from the first game, which shows you that okay, not everything in 2 is like completely
こっ
different.
ち行ってって言ってるのに、その男の子は全然これっぽっちも諦めてくれなかったの。逃げても絶対に追いかけてきて、隠れても絶対に探し出してきて、怒ったらしょげるけどまたついてきて。
意外と推しが強いんですね、その男の子って。
ええ、とっても強かった。先に根負けしたのは私の方だったもの。どうして私についてくるのって聞いたら寂しそうに見えたって。私その時ようやく思い出したの。そういえば私寂しかったんだって。ずっとつきまとわれて逃げて隠れて怒ってるうちに寂しさや悔しさなんて忘れてたの。それで私久しぶりに笑ったの。寂しさを忘れてた私を寂しそうって追いかけてきたことが面白くて、その優しさが嬉しくて、だから私笑ったのね、ジャック。なんでもないわジャック。この髪飾りはそんなジャックが初めてくれたプレゼントなの。
わかるよ。ジャックさんのことを話してるアリスさん、本当に可愛らしいから。
見てて微笑ましいよね。
恋する乙女のアリスさん、本当に素敵。
そんなこと可愛くんなんて。
照れてるアリスさんもとっても可愛らしいんだよ。
もうそれ カップはそれ以来の嬉しいプレゼントってことなの。
ありがとうアリスさん、プレゼントしてよかった。
うん、僕もとっても嬉しいよ。姫、後で楓のところに一緒に行かないか？
Yeah, so wholesome. Damn right. She's way too cute. Yep. Indeed.
いいけど、何か支給
Okay, I'm assuming like this is like where all of Alice's events are. Like we're just gonna be sitting here watching a bunch of Alice events, which I don't really
少し
mind.
分けてくれるって。
This is a relax. This is like a relaxed stream. I'm just gonna be grinding and like just doing affection events. I'm not gonna do story that much.
大丈夫おつーちゃん。
うん、大丈夫だ。それよりアリスの部屋に行かなくちゃ。大丈夫かアリス？
一体何があったのアリスさん。
おつーさん、人魚姫さん、いえ、ジャック、一体どうしたんだ？ごめんなさい、私がいけないんです。私が欠けたカップの縁で指を切ってしまって、そうしたらジャックが突然暴れ出してしまって。
アリスさんが傷を負ったから。
どうやらそうみたいだね。アリスがカップに傷つけられたとジャックはそう認識してるみたい。それで敵であるカップを破壊してアリスを守ったんだ。
That's honestly cute. Like I do think it's cute but like funny at the same time. Let's be real. Like it's honestly cute and funny.
ジャック、もう大丈夫だ。アリスを傷つけるやつはもういない。ほら、大丈夫だから。そうだ、心を落ち着けて。見てごらん、アリスは無事だ。ほら、あなたのおかげで私は無事よ、ジャック。ありがとう、おつーさん。あなたが来てくれなかったら、もしかしたら。近くを通りかかったタイミングでよかったよ。指先以外に怪我はないか？ええ、なんともないわ。
ごめんなさいアリスさん。私が欠けたカップなんてプレゼントしたせいでアリスさんに怪我をさせちゃって。
いや、そんなことは。
その上ジャックさんのために用意していた大事なお茶会を台無しにしてしまって、本当にごめんなさい。
いえ、だからそれは。
おつーちゃん、
どうしたの？結構苦しそうだけど。いや、ちょっと頭が痛くなって。
Yeah, it's funny. Jack versus Teacup. Who will win? Yep. Oh, it's so fucking cute. Yes, it is.
光のところまで連れて。
They're making me fall in love with Alice all over again. Yeah, I do feel like they did a good job with Alice's character moments into.
ジャックさんも
Like, despite the limited screen time we get from her, I do think they did a good job with her.
じゃあアリスさん、私行くね。お茶会台無しにしちゃって本当にごめんなさい。ほらおつーちゃん、私の肩が ジャックさんもついてきてね。違うのに。
珍しいな、アリスの方から呼び出してくるのって。
確かに、もしかしたら初めてかもしれないね。
ジャックを連れてきてとも言ってたから、何かの相談かな。
アリスさんに会えるからだよね。ジャックさん嬉しそう。
ああ、ジャックのやつすごい喜びの感情で溢れてるよ。慌てなくてもアリスはこのドアの向こうにいるって。僕だ、ツーだ。アリス入るぞ。
はい、どうぞ。いらっしゃい、おつーさん、人魚姫さん。
これは。
もしかしてお茶会？
ええ、そうよ。まあカップは足りないし、いろいろ強引に仕上げたものだ
そんなことない。とっても素敵なセッティングだと思う。
ああ、僕もそう思うよ。自分から叶えたね、アリス。さすがの行動力だ。
ジャックさんも嬉しそう。
ジャック、今度は取り乱したりするなよ。せっかくアリスが準備してくれたんだから。じゃあ僕たちはこれで。
後で感想を聞かせてね、アリさん。
行ってしまうの？ちゃんとジャックは連れてきたし、まだ何か手伝うことあるならするけど。
でも私たちがいたら、アリスさんはジャックさんとお茶会が始められないし。
もうそうじゃなくて、ちゃんとテーブルを見て。おつーさんと人魚姫さんの分もあるのよ。
だってお茶会はアリスとジャックだけの時間じゃ。
誘いは素直に嬉しいけど、でもいいの？邪魔にならないかな。
もう二人とも気を使いすぎよ。邪魔なわけないじゃない。それに私はジャックと一緒に準備して、そしてあなたたちを呼びたかったのよ。4人でお茶会を開きたかったの。
そうだったのね。
ごめんアリス、君の思いに気づけなくて。
私はね、おつーさんと人魚姫さんにずっとお礼がしたかったの。
俺？
やっぱり分かってないわね。人魚姫さんも。
だって私、アリスさんにお礼言われるようなこと。
おつーさんと人魚姫さんは私とジャックを救ってくれたじゃない。崖から落ちるとき、ジャックは人魚姫さんを救ったかもしれない。でもその後、ジャックを見捨てずにちゃんとここまで連れてきてくれた。ジャックだけではたどり着けなかったわ。
それは当然のことをしただけで。
そして私をまたジャックに引き合わせてくれた。私がそのことをどれだけ感謝しているか。
見てくれていたんだね。なのに私ったら気づけなくて。
アリスの感謝の気持ちに気づけなくてごめん。
この間カップで怪我した時のことだって人魚姫さんが謝る必要はなかったわ。なのにずっといつも私に気を使ってくれて。
ごめんなさい。
私はジャッ ックのことを大切に思ってる。でもみんなのことも同じように大切なの。だから一緒にお茶会しましょう。
ぜひ同席させてくれ、アリス。
もう遠慮なんてしてはダメよ。
ああ、もう変な遠慮とかはしない。だから時間の許す限りお茶会を楽しもう。
Yeah, she really does like her new friends a lot. How many events have we been so far? I don't know. Let's keep going.
アリス。
おつーさん。
ごめん。たまたま通りかかったらアリスの言葉が聞こえてしまって。正直に話してほしい。アリスは今も不安かい？
最初は言った通り不安だったわ。もしかしてまたひどい扱いを受けるかもって勝手に怯えたりもした。でも今日までずっと過ごしてきて、おつーさんや人魚姫さん、他の皆さん、みんな優しいんだって分かったわ。
She was scared to lose her bond with Jack. At least the two of you will always be together. Yeah, that's true.
ならよかった。
昔も今もそうなのだけど、私の中でジャックという存在はとても大きくて、それだからこそ周りが見えなくなる時がたまにあるの。
それは十分理解しているよ。
以前はジャックのことになるとすぐに自分を見失っていたわ。でも今はジャックを守ってくれたおつーさんや人魚姫さんがいる。だからジャックのことで何かあっても以前より少し冷静で客観的に見られるようになったの。もちろん今もジャックが一番大切。でもみんなのこともとても大切なの。
そうか。信頼してくれてありがとう、アリス。
でもね、おつーさんはそんなことないって分かってはいるのだけど、そのジャックと意思疎通ができることにたまに嫉妬しちゃうの。
ジャックはとても頼りになるし、かっこいい男の子だけど、僕の思い人は別にいるから安心して。
そうなのね。よか
った。それにジャックはアリスのことしか見えてないよ。それくらいはわかるだろ。
やっぱりそうかしら。そう思っていいのかしら。
ああ、ジャックはずっとアリスだけを見てる。きっといつかアリスにもジャックとはっきりと意思疎通ができる日が来るよ。これだけ思い合ってるんだからさ。
そうよね。ええ、私諦めないわ。 それでジャックったら体大きいのに私よりも掃除が上手だったの。
For once, Osu's not wrong. Yep.
きっとアリスさんのために
Oh, they're having a tea party. That's cute. Oh my
そうな
god.
のかしら。だとしたら嬉しいけど。あ、お茶のおかわりはどう？
いただきます。
ああ、僕は大丈夫。
なんか調子悪そうだけど、おつーちゃん大丈夫？
調子が悪いわけじゃないんだ。ただ胸がきつくて。
あ、おつーちゃんまた大きくなったんだ。
あら、おつーさんって実は胸が大きいの？
違う、全然大きくなんてないよ。
私の前でそんなこと言っちゃうんだ。
もしかして大きいのに気を使って大きくないと言ってるの？だとしたらそれは逆効果ね。
確かにその通りだよね、アリスさん。
人魚姫さん、まったくこれだから胸が大きい人は困るわ。でも実際のところ胸が小さい方がいいことばかりだと思わない？
Oh yes.
そうだね、アリスさん。胸が
A
小
war.
さい方が体を張るって美しい。
Oh yes, the war
胸が小
of
さい方が
breast.
戦いの時に邪魔にならないし、
A breast.
物理
Alright.
的には肉じゃないし。
胸の小ささについて分かり合えて嬉しいわ、人魚姫さん。
私も嬉しいよ。
I can't get into their conversation. I mean,
誇るべきことだよ。
who would try to get into their conversation like, oh yes, small boobs are the best, large breasts no.
私たちの時代なのよ。
Like,
ごめん。怪我してない？大丈夫？
I do find it interesting that Sleepy like shows up. Like it's either it implies that she was there from the start, or she just like entered in the room when they start talking about it.
違うよ、ネムちゃん。足手まといなんてことはないよ。
今のはほんの冗談よ。実際は胸が小さくていいことなんてないわ。
だって胸が小さいとシルエットがストーンってなって鏡の前に出す。
Miserable.
そうよ。大きな胸の人と並ぶとなぜだかものすごく悲しい気持ちになったりするんだから。
それに胸が小さいと時々かわいそうな目で見られるし。
Yeah, they're just self-destructing at that point.
動きづらくて戦いにくい。そんなもの強がりに決まってるわ。
胸の大きさくらいで戦いに大きな影響なんてそんなにないだろうしね。
本当は私たちは大きな胸に憧れてるの。ねえ、人魚姫さん。
大きな胸最高だよね。ね、アリスさん。足手まといじゃなかった。
そうよ。
だから自信を持って私たちに憧れだから。僕自信持つ。じゃあまたね、みんな。
姫、アリス？
そうなの、私ってば胸ないんだ。
Eh.
いらっしゃい。
Okay, like, you know the whole talk about like breasts and such, right? Okay, so that actually reminded me when I saw the designs of like Little Mermaid and Otsu, they reminded me of Jack and Alice. So my thought process was like, okay, so Little Mermaid is just Jack if he was a girl, and Otsu was essentially Alice, but she actually got the big boobs that she wanted. Like, think about it, they're both like for Jack and Little Mermaid, like they both had the same hair color and everything. They have like a similar personality and everything. And for like Elsa and Alice, they have like a similar like color scheme, like, you know, red and black and such. So yeah, as a result, like that's like my thought process when it came to them. I was like, yeah, Elsa was just like Alice with big breasts. Like she actually got the breasts she wanted. Jack and Little Mermaid wear the pants and be the dom, while Alice and Osu wants to be punished by their masters. I mean, you're not wrong. I do feel like, as much as Osu wanting to be the prince and such, I feel like Osu is like kind of a bottom.
シンデレラへ？親指、シンデレラに手紙を出そうとしてたのか？
あら、私に？それにしては随分古そうな手紙ですわね。だから、これは。もうそうよ。それはあんたに宛てた手紙よ、シンデレラ。あの喧嘩の後、渡そうと思って渡せなかった。 仲直りしたいと思って書いたけど。そうだったんだ。でも結局私すびれちゃった。バカみたいよね。
Buddy, Osu was born to be the bottom like Alice's. I mean, for Alice's case, I feel like they flip-flop it. Like, she's the top and she's the bottom, and then she's top again. For Osu's case, yeah, I definitely feel like Osu is definitely someone that's the bottom. But also, I do like this event where, you know, they're all teasing Doubleina. I like this. ダミー, you literally look younger than Cinderella.
仲直りできたみたいでよかったね。息ぴったりだな。どこが？ほら、やっぱり息ぴったりだ。
Really? I never saw Alice at the top kind of person for Jack. The only time she's at top of anyone's nightmares or if Yuri happened to Red. Yeah, like Alice and Red had like some Yuri moments, especially when you get to like the official art of Mary Skelter, especially the trading card. Like I remember seeing that one. I was like, yeah, definitely. And whatnot, but yeah. How many is there? Because we just went through like a bunch of Alice and a bunch of Red. So I'm assuming this is me going by like assumption. There's not that much events left, so that means we can finally go out and like grind and shit. Oh my god, Hamlin asking the important question. Yes, when's the wedding?
また漫画か。
そういえば結婚式はしてないね。
僕たちは出会った瞬間から強い運命で結びついていたからね。そんな必要もなかったというわけさ。
なるほどな。ではこれからするのか？
する。
そうか。
と言っても今すぐじゃないけどね。結婚式をするには足りないものが多すぎるし。
そういえばそうだな。ここには教会もウェディングドレスもなければ新婦もいないからな。
そういうことだ。どうせやるなら脱獄してからみんなを呼んで最高の結婚式をするよ。
それはいいな。
そのためにも一日でも早く脱獄しないとね。ハーメルンには強がってみたけど、姫との結婚式したかったな。
私もおつーちゃんと結婚式したい。
姫、なんでここに？
だって夫婦だもの。いつも一緒でしょ？
そう言われると反論の余地もない。
それでおつーちゃん結婚式しないの？
したいけどさ、ハーメルンに言ったことも嘘じゃないんだよ。実際ここには結婚式に必要なものがない。
そうかな。私はそうは思わないよ。結婚式は互いに愛を誓い合うものでしょ。なら愛し合ってる二人がいればそれでいいと私は思うよ。
確かにそうだね。ちゃんとした結婚式は脱獄した後にして、今ここで二人だけの結婚式をしよう。
Oh, look at that. An actual kiss scene in Mary Skelter. It's a really good one too. I do like the build up to this. Especially when you get to see like how much Osu and Little Mermaid gets along and everything. This is a good scene. I love it a lot. The music is great too. Like Tear of Heaven, great song. You can totally hear it be used for like a wedding. It is amazing. Yeah, I think this is like one of the few scenes where they actually show characters kissing and such. I don't think Finale had one, question mark? I don't remember actually. I do know 2 has like the most. And everything, but yeah, I like this scene. Like this is a good one. Like I don't know what else to say it, like I'm just getting a little emotional from the music and shit, but like yeah. Let's go on.
人魚姫だけを一生愛し続けることをここに誓います。
おつーちゃんを愛し続けることをここに誓います。
僕と結婚してください。
はい、 私の王子様。
ちゅ
どうやら僕たち勘違いしてたみたいだね。
だね。だってこの2人だけの結婚式はもうしてたもんね。
初めて会ったあの時、僕は君だけの王子になることを誓った。
私はおつーちゃんの求婚を受け入れた。ねえおつーちゃん、
なんだい姫。
この2人だけの結婚式はみんなに内緒でたまにしようね。
喜んで、僕のお姫様。
Oh my god, this is just a sweet scene overall. I love it a lot. and whatnot. Also, well, you two, there's kids. What will Cinderella and Rappy think when they see you doing something so weird? Okay, first of all, yeah, that might be a problem with Rapunzel. But for Cinderella, I think she's like mature enough to understand. Like, let's be real. Like, Cinderella is technically the second oldest out of the group, so like, I don't think she's gonna mind that too much. And everything, but like, yeah, how sorry, also, how's that baby coming along? Well, remember, you must be 2 or so months into it. Actually, now you mentioned the whole like months thing, I don't know if Mary Scutcher ever talks about like the timeline in the game, like in the story, like how long each chapter's been and such. Like, I do know for the first game, it is implied that all of the events occurred within a span of a year. But like at the same time, I don't know if that applies to like Mary Sculptor 2 and such. But like, yeah, let's continue on. Oh look, it's red! Yay, a red event!
ちょっと外の空気が吸いたくなってね。そういうおつは
僕も同じ。何かと気を張ることも多いからリフレッシュしに来た。
確かにおつはみんなから頼られてるからね。何気にリーダー気質っていうの？それに比べて私はもともとお姉さんってキャラじゃなかったのかもな。
何それ、散々自分のことをお姉さんとか言ってるくせに。
まあそこはそれ、年長者としてお姉さん的立ち位置なのは確かだしね。でも私ってみんなに迷惑かけちゃうことも多いし、もしかしてお姉さんっぽくなかったかなとか思って。
でもさ、お姉ちゃん、お姉ちゃんが水族館跡エリアで僕と姫を保護してくれなかったら。
Oh my god, she said it! She said the thing!
あの時はお姉ちゃんが誰よりも頼もしくて素敵なお姉さんに見えた。僕たちの希望だったんだ。助けられてから僕が恩を感じて苦しんでいた時もこう言ってくれたよね。
おつーが景色少女として黎明に来た時点で恩は返してもらったよ。
あ、ちゃんと覚えてたんだ。
おつーこそあんなさらっとした一言だったのに覚えてるなんて思わなかった。
だって僕はあの言葉にすごく救われたんだ。さっき僕のことをリーダー気質なんて言ったけど、僕はどっちかというと誰かを支える方が性に合うな。でも今は赤ずきんが疲れてるみたいだから僕たちがちょっと代わりにやってるだけなんだ。今でもみんなのお姉さんは赤ずきんだけだよ。
おう、そう思ってたんだ。へえ、ほ
なんだよその変な反応は。
いや、おつーが珍しく本音を話してくれたからお姉さん嬉しくってね。
からかうなってば。たくさっきまでへこんでたかと思えば。
ごめんごめん、おつーの反応が面白くってさ。おつー、あ ありがとね。
なんだよ急に。
私はこれからも憎しみのままに行動して負の感情を抑えられないことがあるかもしれない。だけどそんな私を受け入れてくれたでしょ。ありがとう。
当然だろ、家族なんだから。今回は貸しにはしないからね。
優しい子だね、おつーは。ここを脱獄したら私ももっと違う生き方ができるようになるといいな。それまではまた面倒かけちゃったり揉めたりするかもしれないけど。
そうなったらそうなったで、そんなのただの姉妹喧嘩だろ。
それもそうだったね。
Red really loves her baby sisters. Yeah, she does. Especially with the promise that she made with Little Mermaid back in the first game. Wait, how many events did we did so far? Like, we just saw there was like 2 of them left, and then 1 just came back. Alright. I wonder how long we're gonna be in cutscene hell. I mean, I love the cutscenes and everything, but my god, we've been through a lot. Stella, it's almost been like, I guess, 2 hours of cutscenes. And this has been like a 4-hour stream, question mark? Almost 5 hours.
この花、ネムちゃんの部屋で今朝咲いたばっかりなんですよ。珍しい種類の花だよね。なんていうの？それがよくわからないんです。ネムちゃんも初めて見るらしくて。種。きっとどこかから飛んできた種が紛れ込んじゃったんですね。そういうことってよく
It's been 5 hours. Oh my lord.
せっかく芽が出たんだからって育てているうちに。
Okay, I do kind of feel like ending stream after we just finish all these affection events, but at the same time, I do want to unlock the graveyard first, like, you know, unlock the shortcut there, and maybe like plant some seeds there so I can do some off-stream grinding.
しかも匂いが、すっごくいい匂い。嗅いでると頭がポーンってなってくるの。ですよね。今この花泣いたよ。花って泣くものだっけ？そういう種類みたいなんです。元気がいい証拠ですね。なるほどね。おお、しかもうねうね動いてる。ほんと元気な花だな。ところで花ってこんなに動くものだっけ？そういう種類なんだと思います。生きがいい証拠ですね。へえ、そっか。
God.
せっかくの珍しい花なので、みんなが見られるところにこの鉢植えを飾ろうと思うんです。いいね、それ。きっとみんな喜ぶよ。早速飾りに行こう。飾る。
あんな今にも人を襲いそうな化け物じみた植物、危険な予感しかしない。っていうか俺、本当に花だったのか？被害が出る前にあの3人から鉢植えを回収した方が良さそうだな。
I do like how Osu essentially acts like, you know, the voice of reasoning like Jack and Alice, where they're like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Like, that actually makes 0 sense. Why? And such. Like, yeah, I do like it. It's just the characters goofing off. I like it a lot. Let me double check something. Okay, I don't see any events in the living quarters, so there's only these 2 left. Please, thank God.
ああもうちょっとでいいからやってみなって。
嫌です。やめてください。
どうしたんだ？揉め事じゃないだろうな。
大津、良いところに来た。貴様からも説得してくれ。
は？説得？
かぐやをこの妙な乗り物から降ろしたいんだよ。
赤ずきんさんもハーメリンさんもしつこくて困ります。
よくわかんないけど、本人が降りたくないなら無理に降ろす必要はないだろう。
甘い。かぐやってばいつもこの乗り物に乗ってばっかじゃん。これじゃ運動不足になっちゃうよ。運動不足のせいでいざって時に逃げ遅れたり病気になったりしたらどうすんの？
そうだぞ。成人病とやらになったらどうするのだ。
とにかく動かなすぎるのは体に毒だよ。仲間として放っておけないって。
まあそう言われるとな。確かにかぐやは動かなすぎかもしれない。
おつーさんまでそんなことを言うんですか？
少しくらい動いてみたらどうだ？軽い運動なら気楽に始められるだろうし。
軽い運動って何ですか？
例えば
ハーフマラソン。
おお、それは軽いな。
いや
Half a marathon, huh?
だって半分も
Honestly,
軽いよ。
out of all the girls,
軽いな。
I resonate the most with Kaguya because I am quite lazy. I'm gonna be honest with you, I am quite a lazy person. I don't like to exercise that
ウォ
much.
ーキングですか。走るのよりはマシですけど。
But I'm fine with walking though. Like running, walking, hell yeah.
それはさすがに本当に骨折なんかしないよね。例えだよね。
さあ、わかりませんよ。
あ、そうだ。だったら縄跳びは？縄さえあればすぐに始められるし。
縄が当たったら痛いじゃないですか。それに縄で首が締まったら危ないです。
いや、どうやったら首が締ま
I
るん
do
だ
find
よ。
it funny how Kage is making a lot of excuses.
じゃあダンベル体操はどう？
But more specifically with the whole jump rope one, my brain, like because I'm used to anime shenanigans, I was instantly thinking like she gets like tangled in the jump rope and like in a compromising position instead of the whole like, oh, she's probably gonna get, you know, choked by it and such. I'm like,
大丈夫。
I didn't really thought of that. I just thought of like the whole like, oh,
ちょうど今
she ends up, you know, getting tied in a different way
使って。
and such. But like, yeah,
赤ずき、よくダンベルなんて持ってたな。まさかいつも持ち歩いてるんじゃ。
I wonder what's considered like what's a lightweight?
これでかぐやも健康体に一歩近づくな。良いことをした後は気分がいいぞ。
まあ、かぐやが不健康だと決まったわけじゃないけどね。君たちなりにかぐやを心配してたんだな。
仲間として当然のことだよ。
いい仲間がいてよかったな、かぐや。ってあれ、かぐやどこだ？うわ、いないと思ったらダンベルに潰されてた。
大丈夫か？
このダンベル、まさかめちゃくちゃ重いんじゃ。
あ、軽い。こんなのも持てないなんて健康不健康以前の問題だよ。
I do find that scene funny because it's like, wait, if she can't handle a weight, then how's she able to use a gun? Like, wouldn't a gun be heavier than a weight? And such, but like, yeah, that is like something interesting to point out. It's like, wait a minute, Kaguya can use guns a lot. So as a result, my brain's like thinking like, is guns in this series like lighter? Like, but they pack so much damage though. Like, think about it, like guns are broken in Mary Skelter, so it makes me go like, wait a minute. Are guns like extremely light? Or is it just a case of like, you know, differences between gameplay and like story and such? Or draw ultra arrows. Yeah, exactly, because she starts out as a sniper, right, with a bow and arrow. So that made me go like, are these weapons like extremely light for the girls to use? But at the same time, we do have cutscenes where when you hear like the weight, you can actually hear the weight of the weapons, and they seem to be heavy as well. So it makes me kind of like question like, what's considered heavy to them? Like, I know like the Blood Maidens, and to some extent like Jack, I mean he's a Blood Youth, they have like superhuman strength and such. Like, so I was wondering like, what is considered heavy and light to them and whatnot. But we don't really have a lot of answers because, you know, they never really go to like small details like that. Or hold on, knife. Yeah, exactly. It's like, it's really weird. Like, it's really weird for me to think about it. But yeah, I think this is going to be the last affection event, and then after that, we're going to go to the graveyard to open up the shortcut. And, you know, do a little small grind and plant some seeds, and then as well out and stream and such. They're like, yeah, maybe they're like Goku. Goku, yeah, definitely. I could see that. That would be interesting.
別にいいから遠慮しないでください。白雪が縫ってあげますから。いや、本当にいいから。どうせちょっとなんだし。ちょっとだからこそ、ちょっと縫えば治るんですから、今のうちに直しちゃいましょう。
二人して何の話だ？ヌーとかどうとか。
おつーちゃん、あかね様の服の裾がちょっとほつれちゃってるので縫ってあげようとしてたんです。別にいいって申してはありがたいけど、なんかめんどいし。いいえ、ほつれを見つけてしまったからには放っておけません。やらせてください。さあ、
ここまでやってくれるって言ってるんだし、お言葉に甘えれば。
そうですよ。どうぞ甘えてください。わかったよ。じゃあやってもらおうかな。はい。では早速縫いますね。うん、よろしく。チクチク。いた。うわ、大丈夫？大丈夫です。すみません。ほんの少し針で刺しちゃっただけなんですぐに縫い終わりますから待っててくださいね。チクチクチクチクチクチクと。よし、できました。ありがとう。あれ、なんか私の服と白雪のスカートが縫い合わされちゃってるんだけど。ああ、膝の上に置いてたから一緒に縫っちゃったみたいです。すみません、すぐ取ります。取りました。すみません、縫ってあげるなんて張り切ったのにこんな結果で。白雪は本当に不器用でダメな子ですね。あかね様の役に立ちたかったのに。
When Goku was their age, Goku was so fucking strong and whatnot. So yeah, Alice and the other Blood Maidens would be the same, which makes sense. Yeah, that'd be interesting.
赤ずきん？
どうして笑うんですか？何かおかしなことでも言いましたか？ごめんごめん。白雪の不器用っぷりがあんまりおかしくてさ。いやー、笑った笑った。おかしいって
赤ずきん、最初は断ってたくせに。
これくらい別に縫わなくたっていいと思ってたけど、白雪が頑張る姿見てたらなんか気が変わった。
茜様、もう一度やらせてくれませんか？今度はうまくやりますから。
いいよ、もう気の済むまでやっちゃって。
はい、頑張ります。
てや
What a cute scene with Snow White and Red. Hopefully Snow White doesn't hurt herself. I mean, Snow White's clumsy, and like a lot of her clumsiness doesn't end with her getting hurt. So I'm assuming she's gonna be safe. Wait a minute. I think I know what this event is, Stella. I think it's the DBZ training one. Let's see. Yeah, it is. It is. All right.
なんだ、誰か戦ってるのか。
Look at that. It's DBZ training. I do like how it is technically a cool scene. Like, it does look cool. But you can kind of understand, like, the fan serviceness of it. They're just having intense training. But at the same time, you're like, oh my. And I do like how the scene makes sense and, like, how they were going with their thought process about, like, constantly doing intense training and such until you get to the end of it where they're like, oh yeah, we forgot about that detail. But yeah, I do think it's like a well-made scene. I do think it's well drawn and such. But like, yeah, let's continue on. I don't think I skipped anything. Yeah, nothing skipped. So let's do this.
これで決まりだ。させないわ。赤ずきん、アリス。赤ずきん、アリス。もうその辺にしておけ。
そこに
今来たばっかりだよ。僕が来たことにも気づいてなかったのか。
ああ、いいや、続きをやるよ、アリス。
望むところよ。ってまだ続けるのか。
当然、普段から戦闘訓練してないとメルヘンやナイトメアをぶっ飛ばせないじゃん。
その通りよ。いざという時体がなまっていたら目も当てられないわ。それはそうなんだけど、さすがにそこまで服がボロボロになっちゃったら一旦やめた方が。こんなの実戦では恥ずかしがっていられないわ。
服が破れようが脱げようが体が動く限り戦い続ける、それが決式少女ってもんでしょ。
いや、勝手に変なスローガンみたいなの作らないでくれ。二人が真剣なのは分かったけど、訓練でそこまで自分を追い込むことはないだろ。そうはいかないわ。アリス、私は遅くに仲間になったんだよ。ただでさえかなり後輩なのにみんなの足を引っ張ることがあったら申し訳ないわ。
私も戻ってきたのは最近だからね。余計に頑張らなきゃって思うところがあるよ。役に立たないとって焦ると。
二人ともそんなこと気にしてたのか。
そんなことじゃないよ。
Now you mentioned the whole track thing.
みんなが優しいことは分かっているけど、少しでも前からの仲間に追いつきたいと思ってしまう。
I don't think Alice would be too embarrassed because they already seen each other naked before. And the same thing happened in the first game. Remember the whole like Alice taking a shower and then she's like, oh, Jack came, okay, I'm gonna go see him, and then, you know, he ends up slipping and hit himself, and she's like, oh no, he's bleeding, and then just starts, you know, cleaning the blood off of him. And she didn't act embarrassed whatsoever. She's like, oh, this is normal.
勝てないでしょ。
同感だわ。
二人ともその服は一体？
あ、シンデレラ。
私たち戦闘訓練をしてたんだ。
なんてあられもない格好ですの。恥ずかしいですわ。
でも いくら戦闘訓練をしていたからそんな格好になるまでやるなんてレディーとしてありえませんわ。
レディー
つまり女子としてさすがにこの格好はちょっとまずい
まずいかもしれないわ。目が覚めた気分だ。
そうしましょ
シンデレラ、君の一言はすごい効果だな。
う。意味がわかりませんわ。
I do find it funny how they point out the lack of clothes, but my brain was like, you guys literally have classes where it's just swimsuits. And don't get me started with Marshall. Marshall, you guys are not wearing anything whatsoever in that class. And everything, like, I was just like, you know, they're like, oh no, like, you shouldn't be like dressed like that and such, like, you know, a lack of, like, you're showing a lot of skin. I'm like, bruh, you guys literally have the swimsuit class. And also, like, there's the Marshall class that's practically nothing at all. And don't get me started with Sleepy Sniper dress. I mean, like, you remember how that one looks, right? That one showed a lot of skin. And everything, but like, yeah, I think that's every single affection event so far. Yeah, we did. Hooray, we did it, Stella. We went through every single one. We did. I think that's like all of it at the moment. I'm assuming that chapter 11 and the final chapter will have more, but for now, I think we did a majority of them. And that's good. I honestly do feel like the fatigue kind of hitting me a little. But it's not enough for me to like deter from going to the graveyard so we can unlock the shortcut and do an Alice testing and planting some blood farms and such. But like, yeah. But so we gotta go through the city streets. I mean, I know the game told me that, but like, let me remove some of the jail trials. We're finally free. Yes, it's been 3,000 years, Stella. Time to conquer Earth. God, I love Rabbit Hop. So fun.
これはどうかしら。
Look at this. It's the graveyard. Wait, I need to get the... Right, found it. Alright. Look at this. It's the graveyard. It's no longer nighttime. It's just red. I don't know what the red is supposed to be. I guess it's twilight. Like, the sun is like setting and such. I guess that's what they're trying to do with the whole red color and everything. Or maybe the sun is rising. Who knows? But yeah, look at it. The graveyard is pure red. Which means evil? I mean, it depends on the culture. Hey, I fucking hate this guy. I remember he ambushed me so much. Goodbye, bastard.
危なかったね。
But yeah, oh my god. I remember getting here for the first time thinking like, okay, it's not gonna be that bad. And then this fucker kept ambushing me all the time, especially when I come back from home base and everything. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, he wasn't that annoying in the first game. Like, remember in the first game, like, he appears sometimes, but he wasn't that bad. But I feel like in the second game, they just made him annoying. Like, he appears so often. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Like... and whatnot, but like, yeah, other than that complaint, let's go on. I'll kill him. Yes, let's kill this bastard. You just saw that, right? I only took a few steps and we got ambushed by the bastard. Hey Carla, hey, 50% off. Let's go. What would I buy? Actually, these are good items. No, not the weapons. I mean like the items. These are actually good ones. Wait, what kind of weapons are we gonna get? Okay, so I'm assuming that the equipment that they show Carla selling is what we're gonna get from the blood farm. So I'm gonna go like look at this in depth to see if these are like good ones. Let's see. Master sword, not a bad one. Grim sword, crappy. Spear, yep, that's pretty good. Giant scissors. Scissors are not that great in this game. Bow, hell the fuck yeah. OC definitely needs this. Let's see, cards? Yes. If I remember correctly, this is actually the strongest card in the game. Like, this is like the strongest. Like, this is like end game cards, playing cards and such. So yeah, that's good. That's good. I can actually get them in this part. Let's see. These are also good. Like these give you a lot of agility, so that's good. Op jacket. Yeah, this is also good as well. This one's also good for like the high amount of agility. This one, good attack and such. So yeah, overall, yeah, that's not bad. Thank you, Carla. Thank you for giving me a sneak peek on what we will probably get from the blood farms. That means I'm gonna grind. This is gonna be a good grinding. That means everyone's gonna get strong. Master Sword? Is this Zelda? Alice the one to take it? I don't know. I do think that's like a reference to Zelda. I mean, I know there's other games that use the term Master Sword and such, but because of Zelda, people think of that first.
来ました。行くよ。
Hell yeah, Stella. This is the final random battle theme, and I like this song a lot as well. It's called Sprint, and I know it's like a simple name and everything, but like, I feel like the idea of this final like random battle theme is supposed to tell you like, hey, you're in the final stretch now, so like, don't feel tense and sprint with all your might, because this is truly, because we are like, you know, approaching the final few dungeons. Overall, like good, like it's overall good music. Like it does really tell you that, hey, you're in the end game now, so you better be ready.
見てなさい。頑張るわ。手を貸すわ。行くわよ。
思いっきり行かせてもらいますよ。出番ですね。
次は私だよ。頑張ります。
On a side note,
お疲れ様
I
です。
find it funny how like, okay, remember the flower enemies? They were weak against water in the first game. In the second game, they're like, oh, let's just make them weak against wind, because you know, the fighter, they don't have access to water skills anymore. And so in the second game, they have access to more wind spells. So I'm assuming that's what they did. Like that was the thought process that they did when it came to changing the weaknesses and whatnot. Very good. Yeah. I feel like Alice didn't like wombo combo it like Hamlin. Like we saw how much damage Hamlin did. Like we saw her just go full caveman on like the enemies from a charge. But overall, Alice not that bad. I do want to like, you know, improve on her. Like, you know, give her better equipment so that she can be on par as caveman Hamlin. It's like Alice's new genocide / master grid skill. So yeah, so they kind of changed it a little. Now she has 2 AoE skills, which I think it's great. Like this is actually like 2 great skills to have. Like Fire Pillar, like I remember enemies in the late parts of the game, they are weak against fire, so this is really good. Not only that, but there's also the passive skill Fire Blessing that you get from Bloodlord, which increases this skill's damage output by like a fuck ton, so that's great. And then we have Water, which is, you know, water's good. There is the Water Blessing skill from the Swimsuit class, which also increases this one's damage output as well. We have Blast, and you know how I feel when it comes to this type of thing. It's okay. Execution is fine. I mean, like, if I make Alice run a high luck build, then she can, like, take advantage of the whole, like, you know, high chance of instant kill. And then banish? Banish? I guess that's how it's pronounced, but, like, yeah, this one, also really good. Like, this is a good, like, non-elemental AoE attack that hits everything, and I do think it does enough damage to, like, you know, one-shot things easily. So overall, not a bad setup. I do like this. no massacre. I'm sorry, no rage rush. Like no genocide rage rush though. But like still, it's still good. Like she's still good. Like this is a good setup and whatnot. I don't think it nerfed her or anything. I still think like Alice is still good. Like she's still good as a damage dealer, but for like a different reason now. And yeah, overall, still good. She's still good.
アイテムや
This is not bad. This is not a bad spot. I mean, it's a little awkward given how like there's a bunch of walls and everything, but like overall not bad spot. I feel like this is a good place for me to like start grinding until we get like a better one later on. Okay, I can't go through that one, so I have to go through here.
よしこれでいいねこれでよしはい増えましたおいそれおいそれおいおいおいそれそれチャンスです調子いいぞ
Look, it's the bat enemies. They have like weird mosquito stingers. Honestly, like that's all I can say about it. All they did was like, okay, let's give it like a mosquito mouth. That's all they did. That's a simple redesign. Same thing with the locks, because the locks look like they're rounded, like the locks were rounded and such. But now they're just pyramid. Where's the giant eyeball? I don't see any eyeballs. All I see is 3 eyeballs. Where's the giant one? So okay, this is me going by memory. So I'm assuming they didn't change the weakness for the bats, which in the first game they were against fire. So I'm hoping that it will just do a fuck ton of damage to them. Since Alice has like level 2 crit, and we did charge on her, so and she's running fire blessing. So what's this spray? That's just gonna one shot everything. Ready? Let's go. Yeah, she did one-shot everything. Look at that damage. Look at that. Holy shit. go. That's the line I'm talking about. I love how she says Jack's name. It's so good. I'm kind of curious about how much damage she does with Rage Rush, but I feel like it's kind of a waste. So we're just gonna do AoE win. She does a fuck ton of damage, hell yeah.
戦闘終了ね。悪いです。
一丁上がり。
And it's clean, I love it. Yes. This is like, I'm glad you like it because it's one of my favorite like voice lines from Alice. Look, Stella, it's an unknown effect. Oh my god. I didn't expect it to appear. At the same time, the delay is so bad. So I'm scared that I'm not gonna hit it. And if you kind of want like a quick summary of like why this particular panel is important. So here's the thing. When you land on it, every character gets a level up. Like it's an instant level up. And it's for every single character. That includes the ones that are not in the active party. So because of that, I'm scared. Because you already know how bad the turn delay is. I mean, how bad my input delay is. Because, I don't know why, but for some reason, when you dock a Switch game like this, the input delay is really terrible. I don't know why. It's even worse than Finale, but like, it's not too bad here, but still, like, I'm kind of scared that I'm not gonna land on it. I didn't hit it. Oh well. Really hate it. No, yeah, sorry. I couldn't land on it. But luckily, I know a better way of us getting a bunch of unknown effects easily. But that's going to require us to go to the final dungeon, though.
出番ね。頑張って。出番ね。早く行かせて。
すべて駆逐するんだ。
終わったのね。開通ですわ。あ、ラッキー。行きますわよ。私の力見せてあげる。開通ですわ。隙だらけだよ。
出番だね。
Alice is really doing good. I'm so proud. Yeah, I think Alice is like really catching up with everyone. At first, I thought she wouldn't do as good as Hamlin because you know she has lower attack and agility, which it's kind of reflect. Which I do have a problem with that. But so far, she's not like struggling too much. That's good. I'm still gonna like do off-screen grinding so I can make everyone good. That includes Alice and such. And I will experiment with how good she will be in the using guns. If using guns like does a significant more damage, then I'm probably just gonna make Alice be on gun duty.
相手になるわ。これを味わいなさい。乗ってきてます。行きます。こちらの勝利よ。
行くよ。
出番ですね。出番だね。出番ね。頑張って。行くわよ。見せてあげる。頑張ります。いい調子ね。出番ね。お疲れ様でした。
I called it. Hell yeah. Oh my god. Look at that. That's significantly better attack-wise. But the agility sucks though. But significantly better. Oh my god. I should like save and reload.
嬉しい。
Yeah, like look at this. Like I know the agility is like crap. Like it took away 26 and such, but like that tells me that okay, this is a good place to like grind
私はこっちよ
and such. Who knows? Maybe we might find like good what do you call it? Armor as well. So yeah, this is a good sign. This really is a good sign. I'm gonna yeah, this is a good sign. All right. I'm gonna change Hamlin's equipment real... Shit, wrong button. I'm going to change Hamlin's equipment real quick. This one's not that bad. But I wish I could get like a better version of it. Like, because like, look at this. I'm assuming that at plus 44, it has 1 point above a siren dagger that's at max cap and such. So I'm assuming that if I'm lucky enough, I could get a type 0 dagger that's like, what do you call it? Either plus 50 or plus 60, which will have like significantly more like, agility and attack and everything. So like, yeah, that would be like a good equipment to look for. Now that I'm thinking about it. So yeah. You know what? I'm gonna save and reload. And I will not feel guilty of that because this is a relaxing stream. Are you seeing this, Stella? Oh my god, this is better. This is significantly better. Holy shit. Except for the bows. I was hoping like one of the bows would become better. This is not a bad trade-off, right? This is not bad. It only took away like 2 agility, but increased her SP and her attack by 11 and 12 respectively. Like that's not bad. That's not like a bad trade-off. I do want to get like better armor, so I'll use the armor as like where her main agility stat will be, and I'll make the weapon be like the main like focus of her damage output. So yeah, for now this is not bad. This is not a bad trade-off. Oh, look at that. Oh my god, Hamlin. Look at that damage. Oh boy. Yeah, I'm hoping that the armor that we can get in this area be as par, like agility, like wise, as the battle dress, because if I remember correctly, this battle dress right here, you get this in like the dorms? Question mark? I don't think it was the dorms. It was the water side. Was it the water side? Yeah, I think it was the water side. The water side was where you would get battle dress. And look how much agility it gives like the character. Like 46 agility. That's a lot. That's why Hamlin's able to like have like agility at 200 and such. So I'm hoping that the equipment we get here, like the armor and everything, would be in par as the battle dress in terms of like agility gain and such. So yeah, I'm not gonna mind grinding here. Alright, so after we do the armor experiment... Oh wait, there's a better one down there. Are you seeing this though? Look at that. There's a better one down there. I want to save that one. Hold on. Okay, so after we do the armor experiment, that's where I will call stream. Like, we go back to home base and I'll pull out the ending stream screen and everything. So yeah, I'm just gonna like do like one
植えまして育つといいですね。育つのが
more
楽しみ。
experiment, and this will be a good place to like end and
そ
such.
れおいそれ
Sounds like a good place. Yeah, I think so.
戦闘開始だ。
調子いいぞ。
Oh shit, it's a rare enemy. Look at that.
行くよ。
任せて。お仕事しますよ。行くわよ。頑張って覚悟して。出番ね。行くわよ。
Yeah, I've been going at it for 6 hours. Oh my god.
覚悟してください。
Oh god.
始めましょうか。
I didn't intend for this to be 6 hours. Holy shit.
はい行くよ。いっけー。
Did a lot for a relaxed stream. Yeah, I did. I didn't intend for it to be 6 hours. I guess I'm just having too much fun.
戦闘終了ね。もっと強くなりました。悪いです。疲れました。
出番だね。覚悟はいいな。
Basically, the next time we look up, it's like 7 hours. Oh my god. I'll be embarrassed if it was. But that would be real. Oh, it's fine.
出番ですね。それ、行きますよ。それだね。手加減できないよ。行かせて。これでもくら
完全勝利よ。
No, this is a monkey wrench. No! Fuck.
アイテムゲット。
あれもりました。
いいね。行くよ。
Also, I just noticed that we got a destroyer outfit. That's actually like the best the best armor for like damage dealers in the entire series. So I'm assuming, like, this is me going by assumption. So I'm assuming that the armor we're probably gonna get will be like the destroyer, you know, Purika and shit. So that means everyone's gonna do a fuck ton of damage. That includes Alice and Red.
これでも受けてみろ。
出番ですね。預けますよ。出番ね。手を貸すわ。行くわよ。お疲れ様でした。
Okay, so this is gonna be like a really last, like, you know, BRB. Like, I'm gonna like take this as an opportunity to take to use the loo, because I really kind of do need to use it. So I'm gonna pull out the BRB screen. And also, I'm gonna change this because, well, actually, I'm gonna show you, like, initially I did wanted to change the BRB screen during the stream, because I was gonna change it to this one. And such, but I felt like it was kind of too late because I kind of forgot about it, and I was like, well, I can probably do this next. I can probably do it for like a later stream and such. But like, yeah, I was gonna change it to this one because of the whole, like, you know how I named the title and everything. But since we're in the graveyard, I thought about changing it to this one because, you know, the graveyard is the three sisters and such and whatnot. And like, I do like the countdown art for Mary Sculptor 2. It's honestly really great. Let me like hide my text and also move chat a little bit so you can like see the full picture and such, because I really do like this art. It's really amazing. So yeah, let me move that. You're gonna be Chat's gonna be invisible for a bit, so I won't be reading what you guys are saying for a while. Oh, rump. I pressed the wrong thing. God damn it. Like, look at this art. I love this art. Like, I know, like, you can look at it and like you can tell that the three sisters has some tension because of the events of Mary Sculptor 2, but like, I really like their outfits. It looks nice. I do think the outfit that Dummy is wearing does make her look like older and such. And everything, but like, yeah, overall, good art. I like it. Now, since I'm here, I could actually show you the other countdown arts. I don't mind showing it. I don't mind holding my bladder for a little bit. So we'll start with the Jack and Alice one. This is the 8th day, like 8 days left until Mary Sculptor 2 is released. Like, look at this. This is cute. Like, they're holding hands. It's adorable. And whatnot. And like, look, it's a little sprout. I like this little small detail. And then we get to 7. 7 days left with Red. I just like this overall, like, pose for Red. Like, it looks really cool. I like it a lot. This is actually like my wallpaper for like a really long time. I did switch around the wallpaper sometimes, but this one was like the one I had on the most. And such, but like, yeah. Let's go to 6 days left with Cinderella. Honestly, how it's like positioned and everything, love it. It really looks cool. The fact that we have this like part where she's like trying on the glass slipper, but it's like really big on her is like really cool. And I do like, despite the fact that they use small Ella, she does look really pretty here. Like, it does make her look like more of a petite adult rather than like, you know, a lolly, how most people would describe her. I'm like, not really. I feel like she looks more like, you know, she has like a bit of a mature look. And such, but like, yeah, that's 6 days left with Cinderella. And then this is Three Sisters. We already saw it. I'm assuming you already said your comments about it. So let's just skip that. Go to 4 days with Kaguya Hime. Look at this Japanese beauty. Like this is literally how you could describe this. This is just like, oh yes, classic Japanese art. And everything. But like, yeah, I do like how there's like a sense of elegance in it. Like, in a Japanese sense. Like it has that, you know, it feels Japanese. I don't know how to describe it. It just feels Japanese. So yeah, let's go to 3 days left. But Rapunzel, look at her. She's so adorable. I do like how the background is just like kid drawings. Like we assume that she's the one drawing it and everything. But yeah, overall, really cute. I do like it. I'm gonna stay on this screen for like 5 seconds, so. Right, 5 seconds is up. Now, 2 days. With Gretel, I do like this. Like, her pose and like how she's looking at the. I'm assuming it's the camera. I guess the artist, the character, the player. I don't know how you would describe the fourth wall and shit, but like, it looks cool. It does look like there's a weird sense of elegance in it. I do like the background with like the candy and sweets. It looks awesome. And also the thing that she's holding that has like the brighter colors, that's actually like one of Hanzo's like armor pieces, which is a really nice like small touch that I like. Like you can tell like it stands out. Like it immediately stands out compared to like the other colors they use. They use more like darker and lighter colors. But the thing she's holding is more bright. It uses a lot more brighter and like loud colors and such. Overall, good. This is really good. Then we have 1 day left with Hamlin. She's just playing with the rats. Cute. Cute Hamlin. Forever the Chuny. But yeah, I don't really know what to say for Hamlin other than like I do like her hat. Like it's literally like mouse ears and such. Like it's adorable. And whatnot. I don't know what else to say other than like she's just playing with the rats. It's cute. So yeah, now we're gonna get to 0 days left. With Osu and Little Mermaid. Look at that. Cute. This is good. I like this I like how it's drawn. Like how they look at each other. And the fact that they're connected with the red string of fate, amazing small detail. And such. Like overall this is good. I like it. Also, are you wondering like why they spell Osu's name like that? That's actually how you would spell her name. Is this the reason why we spell it with like OTSU? is because we don't know how to pronounce like I don't know. I don't know what the reasoning was. I'm assuming that American people would read Osu's name wrong. They would just read it as Sue rather than like, you know, Osu, which is actually how it's pronounced, but it's written differently. And whatnot. But I also know about the whole Japanese joke slash pun where I'm trying to remember the top of my head. Okay, so I remember there was a pun where Sue sounds like the English word for two. And that's essentially what the joke is. It's that, oh, this Japanese word happens to sound like an English word. And this isn't the first time they name a character or they use this pun before. Because there's a game called Puyo Puyo. I hope you're familiar with that. It's like a puzzle game with like slimes and shit. Wait, was it Puyo Puyo? Yeah, it's Puyo Puyo. So the second Puyo Puyo game is called Puyo Puyo Su. And they just write, you know, TSUU. And they're like, oh, you get it? It's the second Puyo Puyo game. So it's like, you know, Puyo Puyo 2, but they wrote Su. And it sounds like two. Like I don't know Japanese humor that well. That's literally my I'm literally trying my best to explain this joke. Like it really is like, yeah, you need to be Japanese to get it. Like it's really hard for me to explain it. But like yeah, so I'm gonna be changing the BRB screen back to normal. Play back chat and the BRB, and I'll be taking the bathroom break. All right, I'm back. So let's go back to the light grinding and experimentation. And I'm gonna go get my phone so I can read like what you guys were saying. Because I turned off, you know, chat earlier. Let's see. Agree. The one with Jack and Alice is good and shines great. Oh, way too adorable. Love it. Red looks like she's in a movie. Yeah, she does. Really makes her loom pretty. Oh, I love this one. She looks like her future self. Way too cute for the sisters. Kaguya looks great indeed. It does and quite fitting for her. Rappy is so cute here. Kind of looks like Shiro. Are you talking about the prince in like Rapunzel's like what do you call it? Work? It kind of does. It kind of does remind me of that. But it looks like pretty cool. I fucking love Mary Sculptor artwork. So goddamn good. Hell the fuck yeah it is. Mickey Mouse would be a nice little nod. Yep. Really good one. Yep, and JP. Yeah, that's why I think so too. Oh, I say, yeah, I heard of it. No worries. I see what you mean. Okay, alright. So yeah. Shoot, I need to... Wait, I need to move something real quick. Alright, now. Now we can get back to the experimentation. Let's see, this one's not bad. What about this one? Not bad. This one, yeah, I would definitely want these to have modifiers because look at the agility they give. I must like these would be good to give. All right, not bad experiment. Thank you, game. I have satisfied my curiosity. Holy fuck. Look at this Stella. Look at these two fists. These are good. Oh my god. I know like the top one doesn't get like a skill, but I don't really mind that too much if I'm gonna be honest. But like at least they have like a passage. I mean not passage, quote unquote element on it.
見てなさい。行くわよ。手を貸すわ。頑張るわ。
ひとまず安心かな。うわ、ナイトメアの気配が。
Alright, that was a good experiment. I am satisfied.
らっしゃい。
And all of these side quests I will do off stream. More specifically, the ones that don't have like, you know, a major like cutscene on them. I'll just do the ones that are, you know, minor, like, oh, kill these like certain amount, or kill a certain amount of this and that. Like, they don't have cutscenes on them, so I'm fine with like doing those off stream. And whatnot. But yeah, these are good. I like
他
it.
に用あるか？
Yeah. Wait, a save? Oh, wrong button. Press on that. And I'm going to be pulling up the ending screen. Oh my lord. We've been streaming for 6 hours and 26 minutes. And I didn't even intend to go that long. Oh my god. At least we did a lot, like you said. Like, we got Alice. We did a bunch of affection events. I feel like everyone is, like, you know, everyone has their massacre skills and everything. I feel like it's almost every skill. I do know there's some events I am missing, but those are like, oh, you get them in the next few chapters. Not the current one, because I'm assuming we already exhausted all of the ones available for this current chapter. So yeah, there's that. What other things we did? We just experimented, which I'm glad that we did, which is like, you know, it makes it easier for me to know what to grind for. And such. But like, yeah, we did a lot. That was good. Good progress. We all everyone, like, we just like talked a lot about all sorts of random topics, which I'm glad that we did. I'm glad that we're all able to talk a lot. But like, yeah, I will be ending stream, so I'm gonna say my goodbye to you all. Oh wait, let me see what you wrote down real quick. Talking about Fate / Type Moon, Nino and Miku and this guy. Yep. I mean, with the Type Moon one, I was willing to like talk like a chatterbox, because like I do like Type Moon a lot. Like, I do enjoy their visual novels and everything. But like, yeah, this will be a goodbye then. So, okay, I need to crack my back real quick. Okay, done. So, here's my goodbye to you all. So, have a good day, have a good night, have a good afternoon, whatever time it is on your side of the world. This is Final Reason saying goodbye. Goodbye. Also, same, I love Type Moon. Yeah, exactly. I do like them as well. But like, yeah, this is a goodbye. Goodbye.